Guess who voted? Oh, I'm gonna wear it for the stream. Can you see it? Here, here, here. Meow, meow. I'm a very good voter. I did that right before this. I went and I picked up some, let me tell you what I did after I got off work. Excuse me, because the way I just wolfed down half a sandwich and some french fries. So you don't have to hear me chew. I try not to eat on stream. I feel like that's a bridge too far. For me, not in general. I don't think I mind when I watch streamers eat on stream. I just think for me, it's gotta be boundaries. I'd rather be a little late, but fed, than showing up like, oh, Anyway, how was everyone's weekend? I know I talked to some of y'all in the Discord. Ooh, oh my gosh. Thanks for the sub. Thank you for resubbing. I hope you enjoyed the emotes and the ad-free viewing. What was I about to do? I was about to bring TikTok into this. Right here. Let me do that real quick. Do NYC Mayor chat plus Sims. I had an Italian sandwich, y'all. Goodness. That's the kind of thing that normally I'm like, it's a lot of meat. I'm not sure about that. But I was reading a book. Oh, the book I was telling y'all about. Here we go. It's funny because this stream is supposed to start. I have like a view of my stream on TikTok, and it's supposed to start as if I'm muted, and it's never muted. I always hear myself. So whenever I go live on TikTok, I'm always like, whoa. You know how much people eat on stream unless they're gross. But sometimes they enjoy the food so much I want to eat what they're eating so I can experience the same joy. Yeah, I was reading Can't We Be Friends? The story that's the historical fiction about Ella Fitzgerald and Marilyn Monroe's friendship. And Marilyn got them some sandwiches, a pastrami sandwich, which I don't think I've ever had a pastrami sandwich. But I kept imagining like, damn, that probably is good as hell, isn't it? And because I've never had pastrami, I just went with something else that was like, yeah, you know, that's good. Ooh, someone got a watch streak? Go ahead with your 5-stream watch streak, Tommy. You touch it. No. Oh, chewers. I was cool with leaving it at gross. I didn't know what gross cheers meant. And I was like, Nick meant gross. Let's see. So if I do this, what does it take me to? The right thing. Okay. Sometimes I'm like, is it going to show the right screen, etc. Perfection. So, you know, just for shits and gigs, basically. Cause here, sorry, I know that wasn't a sentence. Here's the thought that I'm having, right? Because I had two options. I could stream like normal, or I could like go try to find a watch party in the city. Which sounds like fun, but I also was like, I don't want to cancel on stream. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I was like, I'm gonna bring the watch party energy to stream. So we ain't watching much of anything. You know, we'll just be checking the polls close at 9. So we have some time. Usually I yap until then anyway. Couple things happened today. Also, hi. Oh, well, I'm getting right into it. Where are my manners? Hey, Yana, welcome. Hey, Nick, I saw you on the Twitch stream. Harris, Sydney, Taylor, hello, Deshelle, Kiana, hi, Tawny, hello, Nico, hello, And then July, thanks again for the resub. And then if you're lurking or if you're just arriving, hello. Today we are, Today we are going to be just, I don't know, playing Sims more or less. I don't exactly have a plan for today. I wasn't really planning on continuing Tiny Town, but we might. I have that Tiny Town save open because I've got to finish that event, which I don't think will take me too long. Then we also have the update, but I didn't prepare for that. Not at all. I didn't download nothing. I didn't prepare for that. So I don't know if I'll be going through that today with y'all on stream. I might have to do that offline and then come back on Thursday prepared to do it, you know, because it's like, it's a lot. However, have y'all done the update? Who's done the update here and got the stuff? Oh, yeah. Oh, I was like, did I tell y'all? We talked about it on Discord, but the update that they brought us was not the update that I thought we were getting. What I ordered versus what I got kind of thing is what I feel like today. And what I got is very special. I feel ungrateful, but alas, I have a twinge of disappointment. So we can talk about that as well. But the big, here's the other thing about having a cat, okay? They just decide when they're going to go into the litter box and make as much noise as catly possible. I was gonna say humanly possible, but she's not a human. As catly possible. Scratch, 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 scratch. Scratch, 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 scratch. And then like get silent. You're like, okay, cool, they're done. Scratch, 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 scratch. And it's like, okay, I've yelled at her a few times. Like, that's enough. Okay, enough. First time tuning in live. Oh my gosh, welcome. Felicidades. Felicitates. Yes, let's go Mamdani indeed. In case that was not clear where my vote went today, I voted for Zohran Mamdani. Oh, maybe we can look at his website together. Isn't it fun? It's fun being in like a semi-uninformed voter. I feel like I am a voter's, I feel like I am somebody's best / worst nightmare when it comes to voting. If you haven't seen Zohran Mamdani's social media influence, you have been missing out, I will say. He's got a great energy, great branding, and some people who are very passionate about getting him into office. They were canvassing even last night. Someone buzzed to get into my building. And they're like, hi, we're doing canvassing for Zohran Mamdani. And I was like, I can't let you in here, but you have my vote. And I said that verbatim. I'm like, get the hell out of here. Okay, I'm not letting you in to go harass myself and my neighbors. Okay, you already got my vote. Go on, get. You know, like absolutely not. Hi Cherry. Anyone but who we have would be great. Did you see the Cherry? Did you see the TikTok that was like, then when you see Zohran Mamdani outside, it's not the same outside as Eric Adams. Too funny. You said you're supporting him from across the country. Hey, Maddie. I know it's kind of cute seeing all the comments with everyone being like, I'm gonna be, you know, that's my mayor from Ohio. You know, like you need to see it. It's so good. Hold on, wait, I can find it. It literally sent me. I was dying. Did I save it? Because if you don't know anything about, first of all, you know, my background, right? I am not, based on even the way I sound, I'm not a born and raised native New Yorker. No, I have much respect for people who are born and raised in New York, in New York City. I feel like there's a unique culture, a unique specialness, if I can speak, that I respect from afar. I am a New York City transplant, but I am in an interesting zone now as a New York City transplant because I have lived here for now, technically, more than 10 years. This is my 10-year anniversary living in New York, and it's an interesting place to be as someone who's not originally from here. Because I'm not a New York, like a native New Yorker, but I feel like I'm a New Yorker in a sense that like the way that a transplant who's lived here from 10 years would feel like a New Yorker. Like I've spent most of my adult life here, which is very weird to think about. Like, whoa, you know what I mean? I don't know. Give it a few more years and it'll be like, yeah, half of my whole life will have been spent in New York City, which is wild. Oh, right. I was looking for that TikTok. I was like, why did I have my phone open? And then I was thinking like, I need a better way actually to pull it up. Maybe I can pull it up on my computer instead. We got a few things to look at. We got to look at the TikTok and the website. What I hate though is I hate bringing up TikToks between devices, like between my desktop and my computer, and like, you know, the algorithm is really strong on TikTok. Is this me? Can I see me live? Ooh, okay. All right, let me stop. Let me focus. So I always have to like a video. Like if I open up TikTok on my desktop, I have to like the video just to see what was even being served up to me. I don't even know if I'm gonna like the video for real, but I just don't want to lose it. Oof. Is this the one? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, we'll look at that in a second. That was mid-sentence. I don't even know what I was gonna say. Oh, just that I'm a transplant. So I'm a transplant. I lived here for 10 years. UI Cheats is broken. Mm-hmm. Also, hi, welcome. I love my cat's life. That would be your response. That would be my response. Wait, are you talking to me or are you talking in the chat? I'm not a New Yorker, but I've been all in y'all's business with this election. Exactly. I didn't see his social, but I was shown his wife, and I'm automatically on board. You have to be a social type of person to get a baddie like that. I think I've seen his wife once. Zohran Mamdani wife. I like how that's like the second potential result. Oh my god, this is a hilarious photo. They are really funny because they are... Actually, I don't know how old she is. But Zohran is like peak millennial, younger millennial. How old are you? Ooh, born 1991. That's crazy. You know what's crazy about that to me, honestly? And I'm sure everyone has felt this on some level, but like, when I think about what I'm doing with my life, and then like my peers are like potentially the mayor of New York City, you know, like I work at a retail job and I stream video games at night, and you run the city, you know, and like we have the same amount of time to get to where we got. You've been watching this election from Philly. I think everyone, you said 91? I've accomplished nothing. Is it fun to compare? No. But it literally says on Wiki, born October 18th in 1991. And I did see that I'm gonna say it's a TikTok, but I'm assuming it's just a short form video where he announced that he's, you know, committed. He got a year older, and he commits to getting older every day because everyone's concerned about his age. And he's like, I'm making a promise to you that every day I'm gonna get older. And so yeah, it's definitely been a treat. It's been a treat to see him like all over social media, but then the energy in the city. So I think 616 in Discord was kind of like, hey, what's it feeling like in the city? And you know, candidly, between you, my chat, and myself, let's talk a little bit, right? Because I fear for myself that it's hard to ask me questions like that because I'm always gonna come at it from the place of I'm technically a transplant. Like I am not a native New Yorker. And as far as knowing people who are native from New York, I don't know a lot of native New Yorkers personally. That's my bad. But a lot of my peoples, like one of my good friends is a native New Yorker, but he didn't grow up in the city, you know? And then I have another friend, a good friend who's a transplant, and then another good friend here, a transplant. Those are like my core peoples. And then everybody else, like there may be coworkers or whom from wherever, but like much like many of the places that I've lived in my life, I haven't lived that many places. Let me roll that back. What am I really trying to say? I went to college in a place that had a lot of transplants and a lot of transient type of folks. Like the energy was you might roll through this city, but it's this special kind of person who's gonna stay. And New York City attracts a lot of transplants. It attracts a lot of dreamers, a lot of business folks, a lot of people who think that they're gonna make their life in the big city, right? If you're not from here. If you were from here, I respect that it's a different energy. He's 8 years older than me. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're doing well too. 91 is crazy. I know, everyone's triggered. Everyone's triggered learning how old Mamdani actually is. Thank you so much for the resub, Unsha. So asking me the vibes, I can tell you anecdotally, just from what I see, that where I live, I see a lot of things that are very anti-Cuomo. And I've seen like Mamdani signs and like the coffee shop that I go to, or like just like casually around different places. I have stickers from the primary about don't it was dream, don't rank evil Andrew for mayor. But that was back in the primary. So, you know, we learned after the primaries that Mamdani didn't get the Bronx. And that was kind of like concerning, but not entirely surprising, especially because since then, like very recently in the last like week or so, I've seen some videos of people hanging out, or like, you know, like a street reporter type vibe, hanging out in the Bronx, asking people who they voted for, and a lot of people voted for Trump. So it was like, oh, okay. I've learned something today, you know? So I'm not sure. I mean, all the polls and whatever say Mamdani, but I've been lied to by polls before, right? So I'm like cautiously optimistic. Now, here's the other thing you should know about me, in case you haven't picked it up. I'm always cautiously optimistic. So, do you trust me? I don't know. I don't know. I was cautiously optimistic about Kamala, but I was bracing myself like, we've proven that we stupid before. Are we gonna prove we stupid again? And we did. We proved that we were stupid again. If you're not in America and you're just watching from afar, like how they messed that up, your guess is as good as mine. Actually, no, it's not. I know why we messed it up. People are racist and sexist. That's how you mess it up. That's how you mess that up. Oh my gosh, Bonnie! Hi, thanks for stopping by. I hope you had a good stream. I saw your stream pop up, but I was at work. Ooh, thanks for subscribing again, Sydney. Cars. Are you mocking me? Because I'll be damned if I'm gonna be mocked as you resub. How dare you? Oh, you guys almost have a hype train started? Polls aren't votes. People gotta vote. I know, and I saw someone say, Bonnie, we're talking a little bit about the New York mayoral race. I voted. Got a lot of crumbs on my shirt today. I was a mess for days when she lost. I know, and I wasn't bold enough. I should have taken it off work and I didn't. What did you think about the update? Oh my gosh, thank you for the roses, Bonnie. Thank you. You voted too? Ah! Okay, great. Are you in New York or you voted in one of the other states today? I haven't downloaded the update yet, Infinite. I think I'm gonna do that on Thursday. Iowa. Bet. Yes, that's right. Using your right to vote. They try to convince us. Let me get on my soapbox for just a moment, if you would. They try to convince us that the vote doesn't matter. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how radical someone thinks that they are. If you don't vote, I don't want to hear from you. I get that you may be disillusioned by the system. I get that the votes don't change anything. But the only people who've ever benefited for you not showing up to vote are the mofos who are trying to gerrymander and do the kind of policies that voting would help dissuade a little. And yes, I get it. There's technocratic billionaires who are running the society, pulling the strings in the background. Your vote doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. No, reject that. Reject. You have to reject the propaganda that convinces you that you are powerless. Why do you think people are leaving the EA Creator Network? Why do you think people are boycotting The Sims? Because they believe that collectively they can move the needle. Why haven't I left? I'm still waiting. I'm still hoping. I'm hoping that maybe enough people have already left. Maybe. So it'll happen. I don't know. I'm thinking I'm giving it till like, we'll see. I'm probably giving it till like February, March. If by February, March, I'll be like, we're gonna have to make some moves. right? Don't let anybody convince you that you don't have any power. That's my point. Don't let anybody convince you you don't have power. No, it benefits only a small handful of people to convince you that your vote doesn't matter. And if you happen to be watching from New York City and you haven't voted, you've got 30 more minutes to go in there and let them know that you want Mamdani as your next mayor. Now, you might look at me and say, well, I don't want to vote for Mamdani. And I say, all right, use your right to vote. But I'm giving you the side eye. I don't know if I respect you, but vote, I guess. You spent so much time trying to say this to Texans. You voted early in Georgia. Oh, Georgia's another one. Ooh, Lord. In my honest opinion, you aren't allowed to complain if you didn't vote. We all, and that's the thing, we all have to live with the consequences of what happens in these elections and otherwise, whether we vote or not. That's what I don't understand. I'm like, even if you don't like the options, even if you feel, that's what I think is really frustrating about the whole Kamala thing from the past presidential election in the United States, right? When it really, I know there's a lot of frustration online. A lot of people online want to blame anybody who was, you know, I technically am on social media, so do I have to censor myself? Everything that was going on in Gaza, okay? People were very stressed out about that, reasonably so, I believe. And I still voted for Kamala for president. Now, everyone can slice it and dice it any which way that they want to, but when it came down to it, Kamala was given the shortest amount of time to run. She was not able to put together an effective campaign. We can 100% blame Joe Biden for that. And on top of that, people are racist and sexist. Nobody wanted to see a woman become the president of the United States. They didn't want that. And she's black. Miss me is what people would say. Not me. Don't clip that out of context. You know? So I believe in, I'm a veteran. Ooh, I believe in voting, at least exercise the rights that people died to protect. I agree completely. Yes, and you know, I say that too. Personally, for me, I'm like, as a queer black woman in America, I am a part of the last group of mofos who they ever expected could have a say about anything. You better believe I'm gonna go in there uninformed as hell and cast my vote, because that's my right, damn it. One of the reasons why you're a huge advocate of younger people voting is they get more young people to vote. Even high turnout presidential elections are only like 60% of eligible voters. That's crazy. That is crazy. Hey, Ashley. That is wild. You believe Kamala will become president one day? Don't hold your breath. And that's coming from me, who still thinks that we're getting cars in the sword. Don't say anything, Sydney. Damn it. My mom and I voted here in Florida. I'm feeling optimistic about having a Democratic mayor. Oh my gosh. Well, good luck. It's going to be a whole election night. So I'm like, oh, it's so stressful. How many of us have been burned by election night? What is it? How many of us have been personally victimized by election night? Listen, when Kamala didn't win, I was in a much better place than I was the first time that mofo won. The first time he won, I didn't have a job. I was like at my friend's house. I like slept on their couch, and then I watched Hillary's concession speech, and I was like, okay. And this time, I think I was at my same friend's house watching the election. One state after state after state was turning for him. It was just like, well, here we go again. You said, most of the community here is so disillusioned. They will talk about it in bars, but not go and actually show their feelings by going to the voting booth. And like, what's hard is, you know, the logic basically there is, you don't like either option, so it doesn't matter. At least that's what I think. And I don't know, I just don't agree. It's weird. It's like I have a fundamentally different worldview. And I think the more radical people, the more people who have studied history or who are informed in a way, they have this rhetoric where they're basically like, voting isn't enough. And I think that the branding of that message it needs a rebrand. I think the rebrand needs to be voting isn't the only thing, or voting isn't the last step, it's the first step. And I think there are some radical folks who don't think that voting matters and we got to do this or that. I just don't agree. I just feel like gerrymandering wouldn't be so prevalent if voting didn't matter at all. I feel like once they stop giving a damn about the maps, that's when we should be concerned. To me, that's when voting doesn't matter. They don't give a damn. They're like, no, don't care about these maps. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how you draw the lines. We already know who's gonna win. That's concerning. That's not where we are right now. Okay? Okay. You hope Iowa goes back to purple. I think it will. I know a lot of people don't like the governor. You voted early on Sunday in Queens. He's gonna win. I can feel it. There's so many young people there. Yeah. Yeah. I'm cautiously optimistic. You know, I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to believe. It's kind of crazy because I'm like, I don't know. I mean, should we know by tonight? That's what I'm wondering. The other thing is, oh, you want to see some funny ads I got? They literally came into the mail today, which is kind of funny. So I'm like, you're a little late. Cover my personal. Sorry. So cute. Sometimes she looks at me so suspicious. She's like, what are you doing? Although, I don't know if you all do this, but like, sometimes I'm like, well, she's from New York. So sometimes when I do her voice, I do it in a New York accent. I haven't nailed it. I haven't nailed exactly how I think she sounds, but it is funny when I do that too. Just to be clear, no one in particular. To the cat specifically. I'm just covering up my address so we can look at these ads I got in the mail today. I think this is, part of me wants to keep them more so for like a scrapbook, like how history will remember this election. I could be a part of, like, I don't know, archivist history. You know, like those people who like have videotapes recording every single thing that was on TV, and now we just have videotapes of like what TV was like once upon a time for like our collective memory purposes. Like, that's what I'm thinking of right now. All right. Oh, this is wild, because now I didn't really look at it. I just thought, oh, this will be funny to show on stream. Let me cover this up too so no one like accidentally scans anything. Oh my god. Oh my god, are y'all ready? This is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. State of the country right now, we just need a win. Please, God. How have you been otherwise? I think I've been good. Halloween was good. Obviously, I didn't get my costume together, but I ended up just wearing a Sims plumb bob headband and like a green sweater, and gave out candy to the kids. I actually told my coworker that today, and he's like, what'd you do? And I was like, oh, I gave out candy. He was like, that's it? I was like, that's the reason for the season. He's like, well, you didn't go to any parties or anything? And I'm like, no, I haven't been to a Halloween party, I feel like in, I don't know, maybe 10 years. Maybe 10 years. Maybe, I don't know. And also, there came a point with me where, like, don't get me wrong, I do like being outside, especially pre-pandemic. Post-pandemic, things are odd. Pre-pandemic, I liked being outside. I liked going to parties and bars and stuff like that. But there came a point, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, where I kind of threw a party at home for New Year's, and I just had some of my closest friends over, and when I tell you that shit changed my brain chemistry. I was like, you mean I don't have to pay for an overpriced ticket to be out and about in the city with strangers for maybe 2 glasses of champagne to cheers at midnight, and my feet don't hurt? Oh, I'm never going out for this holiday again. And have it. I'm like, oh, indoors with your friends for New Year's is the move. Absolutely. Oh, small gatherings more my vibe, especially in the house. Oh, ooh. Oh, once I learned that, I was like, oh, ain't no way. You are not gonna catch me outside unless the reason why I go outside now is I want to dance. I love a good DJ and sweating on some strangers. Oh, that does something to me. I'm like, yes, yes, let's dance together, and we'll never speak again. You were sick in 2019, and ever since I don't go to big crowds and stuff. Lex, that's dark. That's dark because it's that moment where it's like you had a moment where you remember the last time you could have gone out, and then you're like, and I never went out again. You don't go out on Halloween anymore. Too many sus people out there. Found that out the hard way. Okay, yeah, that sounds ominous, and I'm sorry. I hope everything's okay. You know what I was not a fan of this year? I saw a lot of kids, when I say a lot, let's say like 3 or 4, which is more than 0, with fake knives as part of their costumes. At least I hope they were fake. I'm assuming they were fake. But every time I would see one, they'd be like, oh, trick or treat. And I'd be like, dear Lord, take the candy. You don't have to threaten me. Like, what is your issue? You know, they're like 10. You know, but I just was like, why do we have fake knives as part of our costume? And it's one thing if they like look fake. They looked real. I had to remind myself that they're not real. Oh, thanks for the, what was that, sub? Follow? Thank you. What was that? Let me see. I moved my stuff around. Oh yeah, thanks for the follow. Oh, Lex. Okay, you moved over. Hey. You early voted, you're disabled, and standing in line causes you extreme pain. Okay, Black Cats. You know what I was just saying to somebody? to the guy where I picked up my sandwich. I was saying, and maybe because at the time that I went, but like anytime I've gone to vote in New York, whether it's early or not, I've never had to wait in line. He said follow here versus TikTok. Thank you for the follow. No one goes out since the pandemic. I feel like the kids have lost a little something by not going out. Maybe a recession will put us back in party mode. I've heard good things about recessions, at least for parties, you know. I don't wish for a recession on any of you. If you're looking for a job, I wish you success looking for a job. If you need some money, I wish you success with getting money within the next 24 hours. You see that? Witchcraft. If you get money in the next 24 hours, at least 20 bucks. That was me, baby. Go back and let me know. $19.99? That wasn't me. That was somebody else. $20 and up? That was me. Some guy attempted to carjack you in Halloween in Atlanta. Atlanta with the carjacking. What is going on? First of all, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's traumatic. Second of all, what is Atlanta? I have heard is the Wild West right now in the last several years when it comes to the carjacking situation. Okay, he said recession parties are lit. I know, the upside. The fact that there was a pre-pandemic seems like another time. Yeah, and you know what else is crazy is that there are some people who are like really don't know. Like how about this? I was a brunch millennial pre-pandemic. Do you know how lit brunches were between 2014 and 2019? Brunch was a culture that, sure, they talk about it now. Do you want a brunch now? No. New York City brunch culture in general is something else. I've explained this to anybody who will listen. New York City brunches go until 4 p.m. And you're like, that's not brunch. Yes, the hell it is. In New York, it is. You can get brunch until about 4 p.m. Okay? Even with that though, that's already insane, depending on where you live. 2014 to 20, what did I say? 2014, 2015? 2014 to 2020-ish, you know, till COVID, 2019. till 4 p.m. New York City brunch era. The bottomless brunches were just a different culture. I'm not saying they don't happen now. I don't do it now, but I don't think the 20-year-olds are getting the same treatment I was getting in my 20s. I promise you they're not. Your car got stolen? Good God. Yeah, I've heard bad things. Astoria used to be amazing for brunch. You see what I mean? Brunch culture pre-pandemic was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. I'm just covering up, make sure there's no more QR codes on this. Yeah, okay, good. And all I could think was like, well, I guess the economy was good. So, maybe we had a recession. Hopefully people don't lose, anything, or we all can get through it. And then when it comes back, we'll get like a resurgence in something. Maybe we'll get lunch culture. That'll be fun. We go to lunch like we're living in Spain. You don't even know the brunch in the 80s. It was way more lit. Oh, I'm getting watered down brunch from the 80s brunch? That's crazy. No, I've never heard about 80s brunch culture. So you put me on if you want to put some more history in this. You still love the city despite it all. That's so funny. You've only been once since the pandemic. It's not the same here in Houston either. Damn, what a time. Brunch is the time between breakfast and dinner, which spans from 1 to at least 4. San Francisco brunch culture back then was off the hook. Oh, I can't even imagine. In my 20s, I can confirm we don't really brunch. Gloomy. Brunch was the only way to live, which is crazy. I'm like, it really wasn't that long ago. But basically what I'm talking about is like 10 years ago. 10 years ago over the span of 5 years. So it ended basically after the pandemic. That was what you did. You went to brunch. It's like, oh yeah, let's meet at brunch. Oh, did you make reservations for brunch? Oh, let's go to the bottomless brunch. There used to be a place that was lit with the bottomless brunches that I would go to with my friends. And every time we went there, it was kind of, I don't know, you're in your 20s. So it was like on the pricier side, but you did not leave that brunch. How can I say this in a way that's not completely inappropriate? Basically, every time I left brunch from there, I couldn't walk straight. You know what I mean? It was bottomless to the extreme. And you had to get a meal, so sure. But the DJ was lit. The drinks were flowing. And the food was aight. The food was okay. It was not great. But you needed something on your stomach. Because, yeah, the drinks were... And one time I went, it was so bad. I wasn't even supposed to be there. I was meeting a friend there. And almost even just to say hello. Like I had no business there at all. I'm pretty sure I did not pay for a meal or nothing. But because they got bottomless drinks, it was bottomless for like 2 hours. And so they told the waiter at one point to stop bringing the juice and the champagne. Just bring the champagne. And they did. And like, why would they do that? And then right at the last, 5 minutes, they got 2 more bottles of champagne and they got kicked out of the area because, they have to turn the tables. And they just went to the bar with 2 extra bottles of champagne after however many bottles that they went through, amongst the group. Left drunk, not tipsy, drunk, okay? You loved a good bottomless mimosa. It used to get lit. My mom grew up in NYC from the 70s and 80s, and she always has lit stories from her days. That does, see, and that New York City, I'm not sure if I would survive that New York City. It was daytime clubbing. It really was daytime clubbing. You need siestas. DC day parties and brunch were undefeated. Yes, I had been to a DC brunch before, or DC, one of them, DC, I can't even remember. I had, and it was lit as hell. You could not imagine drinking that early in the day. Gloomy. It's because it's not part of your culture. If it was part of your culture, you'd be like, how do you get through the day without a good brunch? At least once every 2 weeks. Not all the time. But like if it was somebody's birthday, long week at work, it's just like, you know what, let's go to brunch. And you would go and they'd be like, mimosa? We have bottomless mimosa, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't just the bottomless mimosas. I have to be very clear. A good brunch was also about the music. It's not just the food. It's not just the bottomless. Bottomless is whatever. Some places are like, they try to be classy with it and they bring you an actual, like a mimosa that they do themselves. The place that I would go to sometimes was not even sometimes, like not just one place. I mean, a couple of places. what it used to be is they would give you a bottle and you make your own mimosas. Who thought that was a good idea? 10 years removed, I can be like, that's a terrible idea. Who does that? 10 years ago, I'm like, this place is lit. You said you would have loved to experience that. That sounds cool. I seen the shift too. You graduated that year. One day we went to school and then it was canceled. Oof. Okay. Used to go home and nap and then wake up with a champagne headache. Yep. Oh, Roger, you're leaving? You hate this? You have to split? Okay, see you on Thursday. Thanks for stopping by for a second. All right, so let me show y'all what I got in the mail today. Which I'm like, you're a little late. Okay, my decision has been made. I don't know anything about this. This is what pamphlets are for. Let me show you this one. Because I swear this is an AI photo, first of all. Okay. This is one side. I'm gonna read it, so you don't have to read it. This is the other side. Okay, you can see the energy is like scary, spooky, negative. And then this is the other one. Scary, spooky, ooh. Stop insulting our intelligence. Okay. And I wish I would have kept, I got some other propaganda mail. I wish I would have kept it. So the first one, it says, stand up against extremism. Scan to help stop the DSA. The Democratic Socialists of America have an extreme agenda and it's threatening the Black community. With this AI photo, they think I'm a dumb bitch. It says, be heard at the polls election day, Tuesday, November 4th. Join us at Empower Black NY. I'm not even gonna finish that. Say no to the extreme agenda of the Democratic Socialists of America. It may sound nice, but their ideas endanger our community. They actually want to defund and abolish the police, release all prisoners, even violent criminals, dismantle the gang database, decriminalize all drugs, including heroin and fentanyl. The DSA, dangerous, senseless, all wrong for Black America. Paid for by the National Black Empowerment Action Fund. What in the actual hell? The who community? Do we know we're being threatened? I didn't get the memo. You said you're leaving your connection so on so that the view is still registered. Okay, thank you. Real life mail that somebody paid to get to my inbox. Again, with this AI photo, okay? This is the back I think might be real. The front is definitely AI. Okay, this is the other one, which I can't tell if this is AI or not. It might, I think it might be. Although again, the back I don't think is AI. This I can't tell. Do y'all think this is AI? So it says, a message from the Black community to the Democratic Socialists of America. Stop insulting our intelligence. Instead of claiming to speak for us and acting like you know what's best for us, try listening to us. For years, the Democratic Socialists of America have ignored our needs and instead acted as if they know what's best for us. The DSA wants policies that would endanger Black families, abolish the police, release all prisoners, dismantle the gang database, legalize prostitution, decriminalize all drugs. Join us at www.bleep.org. Stop insulting our intelligence. Stop harming our communities. Stop taking us for granted. Now, if I hadn't already voted, by the time I check my mail, they might have given me some things to think about. I mean, who wants to decriminalize all drugs? in my neighborhood? Drogas? Oh. It's not funny. It's more so like, this is real life. Like, this is real life. Like, this is real mail that they printed. Trees died for this. Trees died for this. Ink was used for this. Who knows how much water was wasted generating these photos, okay? Someone paid to have these printed out and sent to me, little old me, to make sure that I didn't vote along the lines of a democratic socialist, because they want to do things like legalize prostitution. And I'm supposed to be looking at that like, whoa, how dare they? And then I'm like, is this like an age thing? Like, is this what they think that 30-something-year-olds think? You know? Did all my neighbors get this? Or am I on some black, potentially Democratic Socialists of America list that they're like, watch out for this one. We might lose her. Send her the good stuff. What? He said not the trees and the ink. I'm saying, why should the oldest profession not be legal? And those are the questions. Those are the questions. I love the who is this us? I cannot. Even sounds like AI prompts. You're right. They probably were like, AI, make this sound like something that somebody might believe. Because I'm trying, let me tell you where they got me for real. Oh my God, what's the most compelling thing in all this? Stop insulting our intelligence. Ooh, that would have got me. Like, oh yeah, stop insulting my intelligence. But then when I'm reading it, I'm like, I'm confused about what about this is supposed to be the thing that's insulting to me. I think where they lost me, they honestly lost me at decriminalized drugs. Like, I understand like the whole thing is ridiculous, but once I got to this one, I'm like, listen, you spent money on the wrong person. Because I'm like, oh yeah, that doesn't sound bad to me. Yeah, we probably should decriminalize things. We probably, there's certain things that I'm like, yeah, if we have to have police, do I want them dealing with drug folks? Because if we legalize drugs, then doesn't that mean that people can get help? It's kind of like the fact that alcohol is legalized. People do horrible things under the guise of alcohol, but nobody seems to be concerned about that. I don't think anything is wrong with getting money for doing the do if you do the do anyway. Why give it away for free when they want to pay for it? That's not the question. The question is, why should I get in trouble because they're willing to pay for it? Get them if it's such a problem. Hello? Work is work in this economy. I'm saying. Feels dystopian. Exactly. You said, okay, so you think this one's AI too? Or you were saying the copy, the words feel like they're AI. I think this is AI. And I think it, if nothing else, whatever's happening down here in this corner, I don't know if you can see, I don't know if this is supposed to be a necklace or what, but I'm like, this don't look right. I don't think, like, the people, back here is whatever. This person, pretty compelling. I don't care for as well. I don't like that we're getting to the point now that I can't tell what's AI and what's not AI. Doesn't make me feel good. I thought I was smart. Talk about insulting my intelligence. You're passing this off as a real life photo. That really could be a stock image. This one could be. Like, these ones to me read as stock images. This one is not a stock image. For sure. Not a stock image. Has to be paid for by Cuomo. Has to be. Did you see the TikTok of people who were getting paid to pass out Cuomo, the Cuomo pamphlets? Stop insulting our intelligence bit would have caught my interest, but it's like when you like a comment before fully reading it and then realize what that person said and it was wild, so you unlike it. Yes. How many times have you started watching a video on TikTok or Reels or whatever, liked it, and then finished and you're like, actually, I've done this so many times. I'm like, I'm taking my like back. He said, I have no idea what that is. Yes, exactly. But it's more profitable for the private prisons to have more bodies, and punishing the sick and poor is easy. Oof, I missed some part of the conversation, but you're not wrong. Yeah, I wish I had more of the mail because I think I've gotten something else, but I don't think I have it. This today, I'm gonna send it to my friend because I know they will be like, what the hell? I think I want to keep those because I'm like, this is real mail that I got. I haven't seen any ads for real, like political ads. I've seen very few. So, you know, I haven't had that like fun part about, you know, campaign and the election, all the ads and whatnot. Oh my gosh. You said you definitely take your likes back. Did you see the Cuomo's AI commercial? Was the Zohran trick-or-treating? Zohran trick-or-treating. I saw, is that the same one? It's only one, right? Because I did see some of that and that was horrible. You have no idea what that is? The FOMO thing? Wait, what are you talking about? Did I miss something? That would be going in my journal and be the subject for the day for sure. Yeah, I need to get a scrapbook, or I have a scrapbook and I think I want to like change the look and feel of it a little bit, but like there are just certain things that need to be scrapbooked, and that's one of them. You started getting political ads for next year's election. Here we go. It's like, give it a rest. Give it a rest, damn it. Ooh, thanks for the subscribe. You know, my jacket, my jean jacket, I have a Zohran Mamdani pen. So I might wear it tomorrow. You know, if everything goes well, I'll wear it to work. Cause what you gonna do? Actually I probably can't wear it to work. I'll try it and see if anybody says anything. You have no idea how to spell it? It was earlier you were talking about someone going around handing out paid. Oh yes, Cuomo, yes. So there is a candidate running for mayor. Also, yeah, just in case you don't know what's going on. So basically what I'm talking about is the New York mayoral race. There are three front contenders, if you will. Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and something Siwa. I want to say Joseph. What's his name? Curtis. Whoa. Okay. Really quickly. Are y'all seeing this? Where the clock at? Oh wait. There we go. Yeah. 2,400 write-ins. People are so funny. I was actually curious if what's his face? Eric Adams was going to get any votes because he was still on the ballot. I was like, what the hell? Oh yeah, and Eric Adams. So our current mayor, Eric Adams. Listen, I don't keep up with a whole bunch of politics, right? Not to say I don't keep up with a whole bunch of politics, but like I'm not the most informed person in general these days, right? I keep a very high level with what's going on. I think mostly for my anxiety, all right? And even I, with my very limited information, knew that Eric Adams was a piece of shit, okay? That mofo was making headlines for all the wrong reasons. So from the jump, I don't remember. I think it was after the whole thing went down with Turkey. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, he basically he took money from Turkey for whatever reason and like chartered flights and shit. But it was so they could get some favorable treatment with something in the city. It was scandalous in a way that it was like, what is going on? And he was always seen out and about doing things that were not related to being the mayor of New York. And he's a former cop, right? So all of those things combined, it was just kind of like, this mofo wasn't about shit for real. So I don't remember when I finally was like, he don't have a chance. He don't have a chance of being mayor again. I don't remember if it was last year. I don't remember what was going down, but I was like, no, I know it's not going to be him. I don't know who's going to be. It's not going to be Adams. It's just not going to be. So then you've got this young upstart Zohran Mamdani, right? It's like, who the hell is this? Okay, I don't know, right? But you have Andrew Cuomo. Now, this time last year, if you would have said Andrew Cuomo's running for mayor, I'm like, oh, that's dope. He used to be the governor of New York. I remember at the beginning with COVID, everybody really liked Andrew Cuomo. If you weren't there, Andrew Cuomo was like, at the beginning of COVID, you would turn on television and you were dealing with either the president of the United States, who at the time was Donald Trump, or your governor of your state, okay? And and there are just certain states in America that get a lot of national attention. So New York gets national attention across the United States. I'm just telling you as if you're not from America for whatever reason, right? California gets a lot of attention if you're from the United States. At the time, the Michigan governor was also getting a lot of attention because there were just certain ways that people were discussing COVID and handling COVID in comparison to the damn president of the United States. And Cuomo offered a nice contrast. He felt reasonable until, and someone had to remind me of this. This is the thing about Americans. In case you're not from America, Americans are very fickle individuals. We're very forgetful. We're very like with the wind. We vote for things like change. That's what people are voting for Zohran Mamdani because they want change. Change is a mofo slippery slope. Because you know who also offered change? Donald Trump. Americans are just kind of, to say stupid is not even the right thing. Americans are just kind of like your aloof friend who's just like, well, why don't you just buy a new Porsche? You know what I mean? Like, are you on the same planet as the rest of us? That's Americans, just culturally. I understand this. I'm American. Okay. So Americans are like, I don't know, I just want change. I just feel like the things have been going, I just want something different, you know? So someone's gonna bring different ideas. Didn't say better, didn't say good, just different. So at this point, I've seen a couple videos where people are like, we need a change. And they're voting for Zohran. I'm like, here the hell we go. Because you're not even really voting for the ideas. You're just like, anyway, pissed me off. I'm sorry. You said they were eating him up in NYC. Yes. Okay. So I didn't finish my story. And remember, this is not factual information. Feel free to go on the interwebs and do your own research. This is watered down information from someone who half pays attention. Okay. So you've been warned. So when it comes to Cuomo, everything was all hunky-dory great until, okay, them sexual harassment allegations started to come out. Until we found out that he was hiding the old people's bodies who died from COVID. Until we found out his brother was a piece of shit, got fired from CNN. That whole Cuomo line went from being the most popular brothers in America to disgraced. Absolutely disgraced. And when I tell you I forgot that mofo was disgraced. I saw Cuomo and I literally thought to myself, yeah, Cuomo's probably gonna be the mayor. Just because it's a familiar name. And then I remembered all the things he did. I was like, not him either. Not him either. No, we can't. So then it's like you're left with Zohran Mamdani. I'm not voting for a Republican. Like Curtis Lewa. Curtis Lewa has had some good social media sound bites. I have not looked up this man's policies. Everything I've heard about his policies are just basically horrific. And but I was like, I'm not voting for him. So I wasn't not voting for him. So then it's just like, yeah, Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani's biggest things are freeze the rent. His biggest things are affordability, basically. Freeze the rent and fast and free buses in New York. And a third thing. They always tout a third thing. What's the third thing? Where is it? Platform. Ooh. Platform. Freeze the rent. Affordable housing. Oh yeah, he also wants city-owned grocery stores. Oh, it's the childcare. Yes, it's the no-cost childcare. Those are the big three things. Fast and free buses, and that's what's crazy about the branding. Remember what I said? I'm half paying attention. I know that his big three things are fast and free buses, freeze the rent, affordable childcare, and that's been it. And he's had this, zingy, golden taxi yellow and New York City blue with a dash of that sunset red. The branding's been spot on, baby. So, yeah, so then it's like, it gets to the point where it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll vote for him. He seems cool. But I'm pretty sure the whole thing is, he is a democratic socialist, technically, isn't he? He's a New York State assemblyman, blah, 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 blah. He's fought for the working class, blah, 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 you know, politics. I'm probably not gonna find it here. This is his website. Oh yeah, he got the Working Family Party. Yeah, the Democratic Socialists of America endorsement. These are all his endorsements. La 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 blah blah whatever. I mean, I voted for him. I should care. Is this updating live or do I have to refresh it? I think it's updating live, y'all. Oh, there he is. Good old Eric Adams. Got 2,000 votes. 2,000 people said no. I want the same thing. Also, if you were needing some angel numbers, here's some angel numbers. You said French here loving getting into American Mayor's tea. Oh my gosh. Hey, Cordo. Welcome. Stupid, self-centered, self-absorbed dummies who can't think logically for themselves is the perfect way to describe Americans. Thank God I'm Canadian. A Canadian born and raised in the United States who's never not lived in the US South, deep South. What a life, Nick. That's what I mean. But I said what I said. And I'd be moody. Sorry. Like I said, I'm from here. I am American. Born and bred. Thoroughbred American right here, baby. From all over too. I've been bouncing between the coast and up and down the eastern seaboard. I am American as they come. That's not true, but I am definitely a flavor of American. If you had to like draw a prototype American, I'm one of them. I'm not the top one you think of. Most people think of white people when they think of America. And then it's like, I mean, I guess black people, and then you like put up a black stereotype. I'm not that either. So, you know, maybe, you know, top 10, but not number 10, number 9, maybe. If Cuomo couldn't fix it as governor, then why would anyone want a demoted pervy politician? What I'm saying is, off of name recognition alone, I was like, yeah, probably Cuomo. I mean, look, he's got 40% of the vote. 40% of people who went to vote so far that have been counted have voted for Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor of New York. And like I said, if you forgot, just fuzzy, you're like, I mean, I don't know. Because you had to be there. There was a point where it was kind of like, compared to Donald Trump, Cuomo made sense. And you were happy that it was him and not some, not Trump. You're like, well, he seems like a leader we can trust. He seems like, man, we'd rather have him as president. That was the vibes those first few months. Went downhill very fast after that, actually. That's crazy. You said that's crazy. Gullible. Well, you said he was busy partying. Oh, you're talking about Eric Adams? Eric Adams thought he was Usher. Eric Adams thought he was Obama, but like, and that's another thing. Here's another thing that's weird about being in my 30s is like, I'm on the side of the internet that is very critical of politicians in general, which is like, cool, critical thinking. Yeah. But I also feel like there's a little bit of revisionist history going on because like, if you weren't there, Obama was cool as hell. And so was Joe Biden. I get that presidents commit war crimes, blah, blah, blah. When I tell you, I was younger, obviously. I was not that woke as a youth. As a youth, having a black man as a president was cool as hell. And he was very charismatic. President Obama was cool as hell, circa 2008. That was a cool president. And I got to vote for him the second time. That he was cool. And Joe Biden was a cool vice president, baby. It was like, crazy Uncle Joe. Now, did we learn that maybe things got a little weird as when Joe Biden became president? We did learn that. You know, things changed, but Obama was cool. It was cool. People don't feel that way about him now, and I find that very interesting because I'm like, I was there. That was not how the community was feeling at the time. Made it to the party. Hey, welcome night and day. Also, wait, did you sub? Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for subscribing for a second month. You're a super American too. So anti-royalist. His marketing's amazing. He says Zohran for New York instead of mayor. I like that because it comes off as he wants what's best for NYC and not just wants the power for power's sake. Yeah, his branding has been excellent. His messaging has been excellent. We can only hope that that's gonna count. I mean, almost half the votes are in. And it's looking, I mean, the margin is only 9.2% difference, which is kind of crazy because they wanted Curtis Sliwa to drop out because they wanted to pick up these extra points. And that's really funny. You said this conversation is so funny. I'm a millennial Black American. We think of this country a little differently. Yes, exactly. Now that I'm older, I look back on Obama with mixed feelings. Absolutely. Absolutely. As it happens with age and insight and not foresight. Reason, I don't know the word. I don't remember the word. But as it happens, right? Like, that makes sense. We get older. We also have a better understanding of the world. You know, like what you think about the world when you're 16 or 22, it's like, who gives a damn, right? No, that's not true. That's not what I mean. I mean specifically like your understanding of like how about this? At 22, I hadn't seen a woman potentially, you know, be up on the ballot and then people like not vote for her because of sexism. And then at 22, I hadn't had that happen to me twice. You feel differently about how the world of politics works when you see that happen twice. There's gonna be some fresh young upstart in like, you know, 10 years and they're gonna be like, just vote for the woman, guys. And they'll be like, I've been through this before. I'm not going through it again. You know, like hindsight, thank you. I was like, one of them sites. Which site am I thinking of? I'm white, but I didn't get to vote for him. Gen Z. Okay. Yeah, you said you liked Obama. Yeah, I'm just saying. Once upon a time, Obama was the guy. And that's what I'm worried about with Zohran Mamdani. I'm like, Zohran Mamdani is the guy. Here's what I don't want. I don't want people, because I saw some video and they were like, oh, this is my last day of being excited for Mamdani because I know that after he becomes mayor, we're gonna have to start holding him accountable. And this is when I know I'm toxic. I wanna be very clear. I recognize what I'm about to say is toxic as hell, okay? I'm gonna say it anyway. I say I'm not holding him accountable for nothing for the first 6 months. Not a damn thing. I'm like, we did it, y'all. Whether or not he's doing whatever he's promised he's gonna do is a problem for like 2 years from now. All right. At least we could celebrate for at least like 2 weeks. I know he's got to get to work because he's the mayor. Again, we're hoping 43% of the votes are in. You know, I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, I guess I'm like, I'm not gonna hold this politician to a different standard than I hold other politicians. I don't hold politicians to that high of a standard, if I'm honest. Not that high, just don't be a douchebag. That's why Trump thinks sucks, and all his little cronies. Because I'm like, they're Nazis. Well, how did we get here? I know how we got here. You don't have to tell me. I'm just saying, like, how did we get here? You know? Ooh, arcade. We got enough on our plate with the president. Right. With the president we have. I knew it was gonna be tough for Hillary because she had a lot of baggage, and did. And as far as Obama's concerned, I still stand by that he was the best option at the time. Absolutely. Yeah. You saw that TikTok too? Yeah. I was like, come on now, people. Come on. You were on the Obama train, but never on the Biden train. He was always a little off to me. I was on the Biden train in comparison to the Trump train. Absolutely. And when I found out that mofo dropped out of the race, I was like, we are cooked. Now, I still had hope for Kamala and all that, but I was like, who drops out of a presidential race like 3 months before it's time to do the do? Who does that? Joe Biden did. And Kamala got screwed for that alone. She could have been campaigning for a year if he would have been like, I'm not doing it. But he was selfish. And again, we can still do the whole thing of like, well, America wasn't gonna vote for a woman anyway. So that was dead on arrival. Sure. But she definitely didn't get, she got a shitty shot. You think he found out about his cancer? How often does it update the Sims game? Like every couple months usually. If that's what you're talking about. And there was an update today. 52% of votes counted. Ooh, look at this. 49-41. That's really close, y'all. I can't do this again. I can't do this again. This is why I'm not out. My friend and I were just discussing the Biden Kamala thing. We were so upset that she wasn't given enough time to do anything. I was on the Bernie train during the 2020 primary. I was so sad when he dropped out. Yeah, same. I think I was on the Bernie train. I was even on the Bernie train the first time. I would have. Is that weird? Is that weird to say? I voted for Bernie. I didn't vote for Kamala the first time. I mean, Kamala. Freudian slip. Hillary. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for Bernie. And then I voted for Hillary when it was time to vote. Because I show up and vote. But that first time, I was like, yeah, this Bernie guy seems cool. It's just like, whatever. I have nothing to say about that. I have nothing to say about that except for, you know, it is what it is. He said this conversation is so funny. Wait, what was this? I'm trying to scroll up. Yeah, you said you were the conductor of the Biden train. We need an age gap on presidents. Past certain age, they shouldn't run. I just want term limits on the Congress people. That's what we need. We need term limits on them. Yeah. I wonder how this would all look if there was term limits on them. Everything in the country. What's going on with it? That was weird. Sorry, the music seemed weird to me. Also, why won't this pause? Okay, sorry, my little button isn't working. Okay, well that worked. Okay, I don't know what's going on with my little thing. 52% counted. So Andrew Cuomo leads in Staten Island. No surprise. Zohran Mamdani leads in Brooklyn. In Queens, but it's very close in Queens. Whoa, that's crazy. Because it says 45. Oh, hold on, wait. Can y'all see this? Yes. Okay. 45% of votes have been counted. And in Brooklyn, supposedly, Mamdani leads with 58% of the vote. Queens is where Mamdani is from, or at least lives. And that's close. That's 5% difference, less than 5% difference. Manhattan, he leads by 52 to 43%. And then in the Bronx, 51 to 39%. Only half the votes are in though. So we'll see how this shakes out. This is very interesting. You said you would have voted for Elizabeth Warren over Biden. Interesting. I don't know how much of a chance she would have had, but she'd have had a better chance at running if she'd been able to from the beginning. Yeah, if we're talking about Kamala. People are going to be dissecting that for a while, and I think I'm going to leave that to folks who are more informed than I. But I am okay with just being like, yeah, I mean, people just don't like women. ADF, thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you much for the TikTok, the roses, the finger hearts, the Care Bears, and the perfume. Thank you so much. Bernie has always rubbed me the wrong way. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about him. You're not the only one. As far as I have heard about Bernie, see, that's the thing too about Zohran Mamdani. Between you and I, here's my other concern, or my other observation that I found interesting, was that a lot of who I saw as the face of folks who were saying vote for Zohran, how do I say this on the internet, were not necessarily sorry, there was a motorcycle or something that went by. were not necessarily the demographic of folks that seemed most like me. They were younger, they were white, and they didn't have New York accents. And I was like, well, this. So I was a little bit like, what's that? What's that about? I don't know. You said elderly people need to get out of office. Also, term limits for the Supreme Court judges. Oof, that one. You're comical. Plenty of tips for anxiety of the election in an hour if you're not even playing. Are you a masochist? Eric, you're about to get banned. Is the election still going on? People on Twitter are already celebrating over the winner. It's still technically happening. It says 60% of the votes are in. Have they called it? That's really the question. If they've called it, then... polls have closed. Yeah, this is where we are. I mean, 60% of the votes are in. I'm also like, hold on, let me see if I can pull up. I'm like, we need a, if there's a victory speech that's possible, we've got to watch that. I need a live. Hopefully there's a live that happens. What time is it there? 9:30. The issue with term limits on Congress, lobbyists would have more experience and therefore more power. So definitely need limits on them too. I don't know if you have limits on lobbyists, right? They're not even public servants. Queens doesn't really get the assignment sometimes because there are a lot of older Caribbean people and Italians there. And listen, that's another thing too. I remember having to explain to my parents because they were like, how did Eric Adams get voted in the first place? And I had to tell them, I'm like, yeah, I mean, after the pandemic and with all of that going on, there was a big conversation around crime. That's why with these AI ads, when they have on here things about abolishing the police, violent criminals, gang database, is because and like drugs and stuff, is because New Yorkers, I feel like old school New Yorkers know a different New York than the New York that is by and large what I experience today. So, you know, a couple of things go awry on the subways and now it's like, oh, I don't know if I feel safe. We need someone who's going to prioritize safety. Who else is safe but a former cop, you know? So yeah. Interesting. I've noticed the same thing happening here in Texas with Democratic candidates. What same thing? What did I say? I said I've been saying a lot. I do have to do the forever friends thing. But this is real life, y'all. This is what I'm saying. Like I would have been out and about just watching these results, watching some news thing with somebody. I feel like AP is the only one who I can trust. Hey, with the watch streak. Yeah, okay. Well, 60% of the votes are in. I guess I can do some of this Forever Friends event. Or you know what we can do? Because I'm still in a yapping mood. I gotta do the Forever Friends event today. Endorsements. Yes. Yeah. That's why I'm like, it's the transplants of it all, Sydney. You said, woo, New Jersey called it? Well, and Americans like to generalize people as well. They associate a job title with a character. Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah. Once I learned that other people don't do that, like other people all around the world don't do that, I'm like, I don't even think I could understand. Oh! The new governor! Oh, 64% of votes in. Maybe it's too close to call it between Zohran and Andrew Cuomo right now. Let me see. Cheryl wins the New Jersey governor's race. Okay. Wow. Her Wikipedia page is already updated. Rebecca Michelle Mikey Sherrill is an American politician who is the governor-elect of New Jersey. Let me see. I've just been looking at the mayoral race. Because that's the other thing. The other things that we were voting on, I will say, were confusing. Also, when did the polls close? Because it's 6:30 in California right now. So, polls close. If they close at 8 or 9, there's still a few hours left. Oh yeah, voting closes at 8 p.m., which is 11 p.m. Eastern. So that's another hour and a half before polls even close on that one. Someone asked about Prop 50. I was looking at... I guess I should go to some, like a local New York situation if I want to see about the other things. Yeah, this is, sorry, I'm looking at like the official website for stuff, which is not what I need. Also, did you guys hear about the hit piece that the Washington Post put out on Zohran Mamdani? It wasn't even a hit piece. It was more just a super unfavorable column article or whatever. As a neurodivergent person, it's really weird how people generalize things. Yeah. You're transplant here too. I mean, you've been here for 12 years, but you still transplant. Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, the Forever Friends ends today. Yeah, New Jersey governor has been called for Democratic woman, and Virginia governor is a woman, Democrat too, for the first time ever. Yes, congratulations to New Jersey, to Virginia. There's also a proposition to change. Oh my god! Okay, hold on. I'm like, oh my god, he's got to be going live. Please. Oh my god, to see you speak. Oh my god! They're calling it. They're calling it. Ah! Wow! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god! See? And this is why I was this cool. I was like, oh my god, I gotta be outside in the streets with the people. Oh my goodness, yo! We did it, Joe! Wow! I'm still desperately trying to see if there's some sort of speech. You said happy for you guys. Really happy. And the whole internet is about to go up. Everybody's about to party tonight. I already know. Everybody's been acting as if this is their mayoral race. Wow, 50% of the vote, 50.4% of the votes. People were saying that he would not get a majority of the votes. 50.4% of the votes, Buki, is technically majority of the votes. Right, we did it, Zoe. I like that one better. We did it, Zoe. Ah! Oh my God. It's wild. I think he knew it too. He was feeling it in his bones. You could tell his whole energy has been a little different this last week, but he was out there. Did you see him partying? He was like partying in the clubs this past weekend. He was working for every vote. He said, "You're no longer living in NYC, but you're celebrating." Let me text my friends. Hold on. Hold on. Cause like, what in the actual hell? Okay, see, and this is what I'm saying. You said Zaddy Zohran. See? You said you find yourself in a challenging position here because you grew up in California, so you've experienced both. Oh! Yeah, I bet you that's spooky. I bet you that's spooky. And you know what's even interesting? Even if every single... I mean, I guess we'll see when all the votes are counted, but like, if every single person who voted for Sliwa voted for Cuomo, Mamdani still wins. You said you announced before it popped up on the news. I didn't mean to. I'm just on the AP site. I'm on the AP site right now. I see that blue, the highlight blue, the check mark. Ah! Oh my God! That's why I say I ain't holding him to nothing for at least 6 months, baby. Enjoy it tonight. Oh, and what? He doesn't even get sworn in until next year, right? We got time. That's what I'm saying. We got time. You got to at least till the rest of the year to celebrate. Eric Adams. From Eric Adams to Zohran Mamdani. You know it's bad. You know it. Listen, y'all. We knew it was bad because this is what they're spending their money on. If you've been lurking and you didn't see me read these ads at the beginning, these are warnings about voting for someone associated with the Democratic Socialists of America. This is what they spent real human dollars to try to prevent us from doing. Okay? Prevent me from doing. It arrived in my mailbox. They said, ho, 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 hold on there. Because we know you're tempted, but we know you're a black, and the blacks shouldn't be voting for the Democratic Socialists of America. And it's like, get out of here. He said, best watch party ever. I know what the Sims background. He said, as a fellow in New York, I was so happy. Neither my mom nor I have been to New York. And I just told her we're celebrating too. I didn't even have any mayor candidates to vote for, so I'm having fun listening to this. Waste of money, I'm saying. Oh my gosh, and I'm still waiting for them to come in because I want to see what this, wow, they called it at 9:34. That's so, I just am like, I'm sorry, it's just so funny to me. Also, I really hope that he can get the fast and free buses thing. Free buses, because if you have lived in this city and for any length of time, you have already had the free bus program in how you live your life. How many times have you gotten on the bus and be like, I ain't paying for this? Not me. I always pay when I go onto the MTA. You'll never catch me evading fares. Not me, ever. I just have observed other people not paying for the bus. And I go, oh, but what are you gonna say? They should be free. That's what I say. I've never gotten on the bus and not paid. What? Anyway, hope he's able to get that one through. Because to me, I'm like, we shouldn't be paying for that. You know, figure it out. But we should not be paying for that. In my opinion. I'm like, stupid. Save the trees. Right. Oh my gosh. I'm still hoping that this gap widens a little bit for my own comfort. But you know, can you imagine? Cuomo was paying people to hand out pamphlets and people are like, we don't want you. Go on somewhere. With his racist AI ad. Go on somewhere, Cuomo. And then, did y'all see when he got the endorsement from Trump? So I am a little bit concerned because Donald Trump is no, he is a bully and he's also a toddler. Like, he's both. but he's a grown man who is running the United States. And so I am a little bit concerned about what sort of retaliatory measures are going to be lobbed at New York City now. I am concerned about that. I didn't want Cuomo for mayor, right? To assuage that concern. But I am a little bit concerned about, okay, what sort of backfire propaganda are we about to be under? You know, everyone's talking about the flight. Oh, if Mamdani becomes the mayor, there's going to be a whole flight of people who leave New York. Bye. Goodbye. Maybe the rent will go down. You know how many concerts I would be able to go to instead of driving there? Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, you want free buses. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, if you add all the votes not for Mamdani together, he still wins. Yeah. I was just, it's still going up too. I was just concerned about older New Yorkers. I didn't know where we were landing with the older New Yorkers. There's a 200,000, a little less than 200,000 vote difference. I will say that. What was I was gonna say something. Like I said, I saw signs, I saw stickers, but I just wasn't sure about how like native New Yorkers were feeling. And I mean, it's not like nothing. It's not like Cuomo got like 30 or 25% of the vote. He got a sizable chunk. Imagine Andrew Cuomo got a sizable chunk. And Donald Trump said a vote for Curtis Sliwa is a vote for Mamdani, basically. And still, that wouldn't have helped. You're worried about the older people too. Yeah. Because you said it. It's like the Caribbean population, older, and the Caribbean, and the older Caribbean population. They're just a little more conservative. And like I said, if you've been here for a couple generations, you've just seen a different New York. So to me, I'm like, I respect where people are coming from in their actual lived experiences. The New York that I experienced moving here in 2015 is not the New York somebody would have experienced moving here in 85. Not the same New York. Not the same New York. Okay. Did we win? And did. They're calling it for Mamdani. Oh, and that's what I was trying to see, if Mamdani's going to do some sort of speech. That's what I want. I'm trying to see if he's going live. I'm on YouTube. Maybe I should be on TikTok. God, I'm so excited. I am so excited for all of the TikToks and stuff I'm gonna see. It's about to be lit. Okay, yeah. What's this? No, they're just waiting, I think. They're waiting for him to go live. I wonder what he's waiting for. Okay. Yeah, I'm honestly just waiting to see if he's gonna give a speech or something, and then I can move on with my life. Zohran was unknown a year ago. This is a Cinderella story. Isn't that something else too? I remember, like I said, I voted for him in the primaries. I have a button. Okay. Y'all have seen it. Look, I got a button from the primary. It says Zohran for New York City. And this was for the primary time. So it was like vote early in June. This is crazy. I should have been wearing this all night. The text messages. He said, here's proof. I'm just saying, I'm like, it's kind of funny because everybody, as much of a to be on social media and to see, to see the think pieces and blah, 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 and everybody's like, oh my gosh, like, that's my mayor from Ohio. That's my mayor from, wherever. And I'm like, no, that's my mayor, bitch. I'm the one paying taxes here. That's my mayor who's going to give me free buses. And it was funny because I got the phone call. They were like, oh, do you want to, who are you going to be voting for, blah, blah. And I was like, I'm voting for Mamdani. And they're like, why? And I was so thrown. I was like, what do you mean, why? You got your vote. You know what I mean? I'm hanging up the phone now. And they were like, no, why? Is it the buses, rents, this? And I was like, oh yeah, freeze the rents. That's why I'm voting for Mamdani. And then after I thought about it, I was like, yeah, I saw this TikTok that was like, okay, so do we each get our own bus, or like, how does the free buses work? And so now I can be like, I want my own bus. He said fast and free buses. I would like a free bus and to freeze the rent. These are the promises that I expect. You have a piece of history. I'm telling you, between this, I'm sorry, y'all. I have to keep these. I have to keep these. And I think whoever said that I need a journal about it, I don't know, Spider, if you said it, I think I do want to write about. I came the night that I voted for Zohran Mamdani for mayor, which will set off a chain of events that I won't understand. I won't know what'll happen because of this. Because it's kind of like, if you would have told me that voting for Obama would lead us to Donald Trump today, I don't know if I would have believed you. And in fact, knowing me back then, I probably wouldn't have. I was young, I was naive. So now I can like confidently be like, oh, this is gonna set off a chain reaction unlike the likes of anything I've ever seen in my life. We voted for a Democratic socialist on purpose by 50.5%. Oh, the billionaires will never let us live this down. We will feel a wrath we have not ever known to get back at us for this. But tonight we celebrate. You said we have the same TikTok feed. Tour bus, top down. All right, let me see. Let me refresh this. I need a speech. Speech. That's so crazy. 50%, y'all, is a lot. Is it a lot? Hold on. I'm looking up the last time because I'm like, is it a lot or is it normal? Well, it was Adams versus Sliwa then. I didn't even know that. I didn't know he was running again. This is what I'm saying. I'm not paying attention. Who's running for him? Adams won by 66%. I do math. Yeah, it's usually like a 66% thing. So this was pretty close. That's crazy. And then I wasn't here in 2013. Sorry, I'm doing some Googles in the background. It's not usually. You said I missed what's on the flyer. Propaganda. Journal with good intention. Let's manifest it. Propaganda about how it's bad to vote for the Democratic Socialists of America. And it's, when I tell you, they said stop insulting our intelligence. Oh, and to be clear, it's propaganda about not voting for the Democratic Socialists of America. As a black person, this was targeted to me as a black person. I'm on some database as a colored woman. And they sent me this. And that's why I'm like, did my neighbors get this? I would much rather have gotten this by being a resident of just New York City. And they're like, yeah, black people tend to live in this general area than just like me. Like me and like a couple other people in my building and nobody else got it, right? Like that would make me feel some type of way. I mean, how you know? What'd I do? When I fill out the checkbox that you know that, oh yeah, she's the one who needs this. We're concerned about her and her votes. This is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. But joke's on you, bitch. I'm an unserious person. You know what I mean? I'm unserious. And I know that I'm unserious, and yet, you know, I'm still showing up here. The anti-DSA candidate flyers are so funny. No, they're comedy. comedy. You said New York stand up. You said they target you. I'm so happy Mamdani won. No, this is crazy. And I feel like, I almost feel bad for y'all. Like you're watching me and I'm just a girl on the internet. You know what I mean? I'm just a girl watching, no one, not even commentary. You know, when you have the news on, I don't know about you all, but I like having like the news on in the background. The guy from MSNBC, I can't remember his name, but he always like touches the maps and he like, you know, drags things around. He points each individual district and he's like, oh, 14 votes came from this district. But then last time in the last 12 elections, they voted these different ways. That guy, what's his name? What's his name? Somebody knows his name. You know, he's entertaining. I ain't got statistics for you. I'm just a girl on the internet. And I'm like, well, you know, the AP says. He said we're here together. Yeah. And all I'm waiting for is for this man to give a speech. I'm like, maybe he's trying to be humble. Or maybe he's getting it together. He knows. Actually, you never know with these things. Like I said, I have been disappointed before. That's why I was like, I mean, I'm cautiously optimistic. But, you know, I've been wrong before. Timing of election results uncertain. Oh, New York Times. Because people get anxious. I mean, polls closed at 9 and they called the race at 9:34. Like, damn. Mamdani wins New York City mayoral race on the Washington Post after that terrible article that they let be published on their site or whatever. Sorry, y'all. I'm just looking at my other screen. I'm just trying to see if there is a chance that he's live online. I would prefer not to miss it. Who else can I go to? This is live. It was live. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he already spoke and I missed it. Just clicking buttons. Ooh, the comment section here is bad. Sit on that.
1-year-old, but supporters celebrating this historic moment.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what. Yeah. Okay, you guys can see it. This is live, and they're doing commentary and stuff. I just muted it because I was just like, whatever. But we already saw this because I thought that all of the news outlets get their news from the AP. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I can't believe Cuomo got that much of the vote. I didn't realize you were in NYC. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that so funny? Oh no, you all can see that. Okay, cool. Yeah, they're ready. I guess we need to listen to Cuomo's concession, maybe? Is that what they're about to go to? Or is he not going to concede? He's going to challenge it? Yeah, because it's 41% versus 50%. With 85% reporting. Now, a 50 to 48 race? Yeah, that's very close. But, not how it came down, is it? He says he's from Captain America. That Andrew even looks evil. Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo looks like what politicians of you know, yours is the word I'm looking for, look like. He looks like a guy who, you know, he was the mayor, or excuse me, the governor of New York. He's already had his time. Step aside. Look around, look around. How long have you known? Since 9:34. Okay, we seem to be waiting for Mamdani. And they should all be made to wear hats like that. That used to be a face that I thought I could trust. Isn't that something else? This guy, he's cheesing like a little goober. Also serving vocals and looks. Oh, Naya, please. Oh. Welcome. Do you think he'll go live on YouTube? That would be my ideal. I will settle for the clock app, but I would prefer, for the sake of the fact that I am horizontal streaming, if we could get a if we can get a horizontal view. And you know what else too? You know, the Democrat establishment is shook. They are shook right now. Because he was not their guy. At all. Oh, I missed something. He said not as a colored woman. yeah, that's what also is getting me, is like how Ashley said earlier, a year ago, nobody even knew him. And once they got to know him, they were like, anybody but him. Like, no. But I don't know. I feel like, as someone who does not pay attention to politics in the same way, I'm not very well versed in how to run a political campaign, how to win, how to get out there and get people to vote for you. I'm not versed in that topic at all. But as someone who lives in this city, who saw little signs throughout just my day-to-day life, and who basically consume social media for the most part for how I get my information, how I get like the headlines to then go look up information myself. I'm getting that through social media. So he did a really good job on social media. But you know who else did a good job on social media that didn't win their election? Was Kamala. Kamala had a social media presence of some sort. It wasn't, I'm not saying it was like always great, but she did have one. People knew who she was online. They just didn't like her. You want to talk about that, right? Can we be honest? Like, much more split than Zohran Mamdani even was. Like, people liked Zohran Mamdani from all over. Oh, Night Gloomy. Thanks for hanging out. The coconut memes were too damn funny. Yeah, she was memed all up and down your For You feed. They didn't like her. I think that's what's also, like, people are not going to be honest about that. They did not like Kamala. There was a strong base of people who liked her a lot. And then you had people who let their internalized misogynoir come out. And nobody wants to say it like that. It wasn't because she's black. It wasn't because she's a woman. It's because X, Y, and Z. Yeah. But X, Y, and Z only matters to you for real because she's a black woman. X, Y, and Z didn't matter to you when it was Joe Biden versus Donald Trump in 2020, you know? And a lot of those things were the same. I thought it was very interesting that they held Kamala to a certain standard that I was just like, what is this? You've never held any man that came before her to this standard, but okay. You know? And I'm not saying it, that makes it sound like I'm excusing things. I'm not even trying to excuse things. I'm just like, keep the same energy, you know? So anyway, as someone who lives in the city, for my casual little anecdote, seeing things, his messages were very clear and very easy to understand, and also mattered to New Yorkers right now, I would say. The rent thing is really big here in New York. If you're not from New York City, if you're from anywhere else in America, New York City is very strange when it comes to their real estate and their rental situation. You think it's bad in your city? And it's true. I think all across America, I can't speak for the world, but from what I've heard anecdotally across America, the rent is up, baby. People are struggling to pay their rent. New York City is very interesting because the way that rent and whatnot works here is unlike any other city in America. Like, you can just do and say and get away with things that you cannot do and say in other places. Not without like strong repercussions. Like, you know how often you can just, not how often, how can I say this? Breaking a lease here is, what's the best word I can say this? In case you're unfamiliar with the concept, I don't know why anybody who's here would be unfamiliar with this concept. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this. See, this is what I'm talking about. We need this, this on in the background. Anybody who's not familiar with the concept, you know, when you get an apartment or when you're about to live somewhere, in America, most often you sign a lease, which is your contractual agreement that you're going to pay the rent and that you're going to, you know, treat the apartment with respect, and that your landlord is going to do. The landlord is the person who's renting you, the person or the company who's renting you the apartment, and they are going to do certain things to uphold, you know, good living or hospitable living conditions, right? So, and anywhere else in America, you sign that lease, and that lease is God, okay? You don't break that lease. You sign a lease for 12 months, 24 months, 18 months, whatever. That is the agreement, and you're stuck. You are stuck. New York said, what lease? What are you talking about, lease? This is just a piece of paper. Get out of my face. I don't listen to paper. Yeah, is it still a contract? Yeah, am I still beholden to it? Yeah, have I broken multiple leases living in the city? Yeah, and it's not even, it's a culturally, yeah, just break the lease. Just get it, no, if they're acting dumb, just break the lease. Get out of the lease. Find someone else to rent your part. The rent stuff here is unlike anywhere else. And I know I've been indoctrinated. If anything else, I can't leave New York City because the rules here don't apply the same way in other cities in America. Like, if you're from here, if you do things here, you have a hard time adjusting, I imagine. Someone who's from New York but lives somewhere else, like, confirm that for me, please. Because I'm like, no, you're gonna be from here, born and raised, lived 25 to 30 years here, and then move somewhere else. You're confused. You're like, why are people here so weird? No, babes. New York is weird. New York does things weird when it comes to rent and whatever. And that's why the real estate energy in the city is just very strange. The broker fee situation in the city, they finally have gotten that under control. But I haven't even looked for an apartment since they changed the broker fee rules. But again, if you're not familiar, New York has this whole thing where they have these brokers who are basically just like real estate agents, but for apartments. And essentially what they're doing is handling all of the rigmarole for getting an apartment rented. And when I moved here, you would have to just pay them money for helping out with the whole process. So sometimes if you wanted an apartment, you had to pay the broker fee. And the broker fee was anywhere from 10 to 12% of the annual rent. And you're like, what does that mean? That means you're paying anywhere from 1 to 1.5 months rent, in addition to your first month's rent, in addition to your security deposit, and sometimes in addition to the last month's rent to get into an apartment. He said, speaking facts. Yeah. So New York City is so interesting. And I think they've recently changed the rules where, like, you're not supposed to pay the broker's fee if you didn't hire the broker. So a lot of the times what was happening was that these landlords would have these representatives who were handling getting the apartment rented, but passing off paying them to the person who was trying to rent the apartment. He said, that's insane. Yeah. Yep, it was over a month's rent. Exactly. And in best case scenario, it was only a month's rent. Worst case scenario, 10 to 12% of the annual rent was usually like a month and a half plus rent. And yeah, you said have to make 3 times the rent plus perfect credit score. Yeah, here you have to make, because 3 times the rent, you're talking about 3 times the monthly rent, right? Here it's typically 40 times the annual rent. So your annual salary has to be, whatever your annual salary is divided by 40, that's the amount of rent that you would qualify for in a month. So if you make, hold on, let me do the math. So for example, if you make $50,000 a year, you would qualify for up to $1,250 for a monthly rent. Which means that you're not finding a 1-bedroom for $1,200 in New York City. You know, you probably have a roommate. So between you and all your roommates, you all combined income have to be 40 times the rent. You said then broker fees is still wild? Or excuse me, then broker fees, yeah. Yeah, you had to pay $5K to get into your apartment up front. Yeah. Y'all are getting shaken down. Yeah, no, New York is, I mean, I remember I used to call up my mom to try to get help, and she'd be like, I don't know what the hell is going on there. Because it's just not like anything else that happens in America. If you're not from America and you're listening to me right now, just know that what's typical in America is what people are saying. Maybe 3-4 times the monthly rent. You usually have to pay like the first month's rent and the security deposit. You have to have a good credit score. I know credit score isn't a thing other places. He says, so I just live at my job. He said, well, damn, I'm poor. Because the amount of work I need to do would mean I'd never have the time to be at home. Oof. Also, if you can hear me right now, it looks like I'm dropping frames. So it's not you, it's me. We're just gonna ride through this real quick while they figure it out. %of vote in, 3.3. Again, it's not you. If you can hear me, if you can see me, and you're having issues, it is not you. It's me. I can see it right now, tripping. So I'm just waiting for it to level out. Yeah, it's laggy. It's me. I'm waiting for it to level out. Looks like it's finally starting to come back a little bit. Okay. It might be coming back. Yeah, even my stream is kind of getting laggy. That's weird. I am kind of doing a lot right now. I'm streaming while I'm streaming a live stream. While I've got multiple pages up trying to see if Mamdani's team is gonna go live. You don't know how your mom had 8 kids in New York. Yeah, I think that, again, New York, like many of places across America, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, different place, landscape-wise, financially. Also, rent, you know, again, I think it's a difference between a transplant and a native New Yorker, right? Somebody who's like born and bred in New York understands and knows tips and tricks and conversations to have and people to go to that a transplant just not gonna know, right? Just I recognize that, just bottom line. So that's part of it as well. I think there's different support systems in New York, as expensive as it is to live in different places, or especially like New York City. New York City has other things that support a better quality of life overall. And also probably, I imagine it was just hard for your mom. I just imagine it was just hard. That sounds hard. It's a live to work type of environment, but most of the time, sadly. Uh-oh, what did you say? Oh, because you said America does indeed sound hellish. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. And like I said, New York City is a special kind of place that people who are not from New York, transplants who show up here, I think you're a special kind of transplant. Not to toot my own horn, but I do think it's a special kind of person that moves here and stays. It's one thing to move here to pursue the dream. In New York, right? Like, it's one thing to show up and just like, I'm gonna pursue my dreams in New York City. I'm gonna make it in the big city. The amount of people who I've heard just like up and leave, like they'll be here for a couple years and they're like, yeah, I'm done. I think a part of me was like, that was an option. I could just leave. For me, I'm like, where would I go? You know, there's far more support in New York. Like when your mom moved to Florida, she became poor. Ooh. Where are you from before New York? Bouncing around a little bit, but like where I call like home where I grew up is Atlanta. Which is so funny because like, where would I go? Back to Atlanta. Back to Atlanta. So yeah, no, it's definitely like, I'm fine either way. But yeah, I don't know. It is interesting because it's like, when I really thought about that this year, I was like, wow, I've lived here for 10 years. What makes it weirder for me, again, as a transplant, is I've lived here for 10 years and I don't have plans on leaving. And I had a moment like, damn, I might really like be here. I might be here. What, for the rest of my life? That was not the plan when I moved here. And to be fair, I didn't have a plan when I moved here. I wasn't like, I'm gonna move to New York for a little bit and then I'm gonna, you know how some people, this is the thing about transient cities. Like some people will be like, I'm gonna go have my fun and then when I'm ready to settle down, I'm gonna go somewhere else. I don't think I really thought about it with New York. I don't think I thought about the fact that I would be here and want to settle down here. But I'm like, no, I've like built up shop. And I'm like, no, we're trying to lock in. I was devastated when I lost my job. I was devastated, like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to go back to Atlanta. And then it was just getting hard. So then I was like, screw it. Maybe it'll be fine for me to go back to Atlanta. What's happening? Are they going to commercial? Okay. Yeah, they're chit-chatting and stuff. So as soon as they're ready to go back or ready to see him speak, I'm ready to listen. You know? And the other thing is I don't want to leave. I'm worried about leaving and going into the game and doing anything and then missing it. I'd be mad. I'd be mad as hell. That was a lot about me. I think my point is just like, it is funny when he's running on freeze the rent and the fact that that's a thing too, because the rent just goes up and up every year because there's some board who approves it. If you can be in a rent controlled apartment, you can be in a rent stabilized apartment, or you can be in a market rate apartment in New York City. So market rate apartments, I think they have that everywhere. It's just like, oh, this is based on just this area. Apartments go for X and YZ amount of money. Then there's rent stabilized, which I think has something to do with when it was built and whatever subsidies the developer must have gotten to build it. They have to keep the rent at a certain price for a certain amount of time. And then rent controlled, I think, is even more of a controlled system based on, you know, being built 30, 40 years ago or whatever. I don't even have all the details. But in those apartments, there is like, in apartments that are not just regular old market rate apartments, there's just rules and regulations by how much your rent can go up. So like, for example, I live in an apartment that they can't just raise my rent by like $1,000 next year. Like, no, I live in a rent stabilized apartment. So it can only go up by the approved amount every year. Every year I threaten to leave, y'all. Every year I'm like, I ain't gonna stay here no more. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. The rent's too damn high. And then I'm like, again, it's like, where am I gonna go? I like my place. It's pretty safe around here. All things considered, I'm paying a fair-ish amount for rent and there's no bugs. So, you know, I signed a lease. But I didn't sign it. Last time I signed the lease, it was for 2 years. This time I was really mad. I was like, I'm only signing it for 1 year. Because I didn't want my rent to be, I was just like, nah, I can't pay that amount for rent. That's too high. So I signed a lower amount. And so I'm like this. I'm like, oh, I hope he freezes them rents. So then I can sign a 2 year and my rent will be the same. You were the same way with Houston. Didn't really have a plan, but now you find yourself worrying that the political situation here will force me to leave. And Sydney, sending you good vibes. Because the one time I've been to Texas, I was like, oh, this place is spooky. Oh, as soon as I walked through the airport and they're like, no, you gotta put your guns away. You gotta put your guns away. I know you carry them around. They can't come here. I was like, guns! Again, I'm from the South. Sometimes it is funny to me, the kind of things I'm horrified by, as if I didn't grow up in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia. As if I talked about this on stream before, I'm pretty sure, but like I grew up down the street from a gun range. Never went inside, but like, yeah, there was a gun range. It wasn't very large, but like, yeah, you know, just a gun range down the street real quick. America. Ooh, your husband's father had their rent controlled since 1945. Ooh, he said guns. Oh, should I be saying something else? Pew pews. Censorship, you know? This live will get demonetized immediately. They'll be like, what the hell were you talking about? The apartment your mom grew up in, your aunt and your grandmother still live there, and the rent is less than $900. What a time. I think that's my one curse, is I just wasn't from here. You know? You said you live with your parents. Me and my brother and your cousin want to move in together somewhere because we all live with their parents. Oh my God, that would be so nice. I don't know, Jordan, just save your money, fam. You want to move out, and then you do. And then sometimes I'm like, damn, I wish I would have used that time where I was living with my parents a little more strategically. You said people tend to live in NYC for the fun years and then run off to Long Island, New Jersey, or Connecticut to do adulting. Yeah. Yeah. I thought about it, not even because I feel more adult, but more so for like the finances. I'm like, should I move somewhere else to save money? But then it's like, I might as well move farther like into the boroughs. And then I don't. Then I say exactly where the hell I am. Because I'm like, what do you mean? Move? In this economy? Nah. We'll see though. If everybody leaves like they promised that they would when Mamdani was elected, then maybe the rents will come down a little bit. Find out a nicer place for a little bit less money. That could be fun. But I feel like you and your brother and your cousin moving in somewhere could be fun. Like that could be a whole thing. You love the convenience of NYC, expensive, but if you know the right places, you can afford stuff. Yeah. You were born in New York and we moved out when you were 4. I grew up in Rhode Island and came back here 9 years ago. Okay. How's it been? Having been away and then coming back like that? As far as like your family moving away, because you were little when you left. You've lived a bunch of places all over New York. Just was in California for 2 years, stuck in Florida the last year. And yeah, I agree. The NYC is so convenient. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You say you're from Chicago. Love from Chicago. Yes. No, this is what a night. What a night this was. This is still holding though. 89% of votes in. And the spread honestly seems to have been the same. Zohran Mamdani. New York City, the mayor! I feel like Linda from Bob's Burgers. Oh my, it's the mayor! Oh my gosh. Have I seen every mayor at the Gay Pride Parade? I've seen former mayors at the Brooklyn Pride. So I'm thinking myself like, oh my God, will I see Mamdani at next year's parade? I'm like, ah! You said, bye billionaires! Right. Like I said, oh, they'll let us know how dissatisfied they were with the peasants. That is what I'm concerned about. They will be upset. And not that I give a damn about them, but more so like, what kinds of purse string pulling are you about to do to retaliate against the people's will? And hopefully we can withstand it. You said, how and why is Eric Adams on the ballot? Right. And you know, it's funny too, because it's like, even though he dropped out too late. He dropped out too late. And the fact that just everything about Eric Adams is, that's something, I won't even speak on him. You said you love growing up in Rhode Island. You could see yourself living there again, but you just love being here in NYC. It really is magical. It is a magical place. That's another thing. I'm like, that's why I don't leave. Where am I gonna go? New York City is its own special type of kooky in a way that's like, it either makes sense to you or it doesn't. That's why I'm like, oh, the people who leave, or people who say things like, oh, I couldn't live there. I don't know what that means. I don't think I understand what that means. I'm like, what do you mean? You couldn't live here. What about this couldn't you do? I don't know. I find that pretty bizarre. Another thing I like about New York is just you don't feel stuck. I can walk outside and get anywhere I need to go in the city. You know, not necessarily quickly, but like, and you know, I would say relatively cheap. Now, obviously people who live here are like, the MTA is too expensive, you know, more or less. Like people say that. I still think it's kind of silly that I'm like, I gotta pay the same for the bus as I do for the train. I shouldn't have to pay for the bus at all. People move into like Singapore, Thailand, and other distant lands. You wish you were that brave. I don't think I see that. I don't think I can live in a place where I can't read the characters. You know, moving somewhere like, I feel I could move to a Spanish speaking country because I am more or less familiar enough with Spanish that I could fumble my way through figuring things out. But once you start speaking other languages, it's a wrap for me. It honestly is a wrap. I'm just not well versed in any other language and the closest one that I feel like I could get well versed quickly is Spanish. When I visited France, I visited Paris one time, overwhelmed. I'm like, these mofos speak French. And I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. You're like, bitch, it's Paris, France. Yeah, they speak French. No. Listen. If you're from where I'm from and you've never been out of the country before to a place that isn't Spanish speaking, because Spanish, even though it's not English, is so familiar to Americans culturally that it's not the same thing. French blew my mind and what got me was I was hanging out in the Louvre. It was like my first day-ish there when I went to visit, and this was several years ago now, pre-pandemic. How about that? And by myself. I took a solo trip to Paris, France for my birthday. And I went to the Louvre. And what really got me, because I'm like, yes, I'm seeing, like, I'm on the public transit, everything's in French, sure. Or I'm, hearing people talk, they're speaking in French, sure. That's not what got me. What got me was there was these two Black women, museum workers, who were talking to each other, but they were whispering. And they were like, and they would look around. They were gossiping in French. And when I tell you, that changed my brain chemistry. I was like, oh, so these people speak French. I'm like, they speak French. I was like, oh, we are not in America anymore. I am under-equipped. I didn't even study a lick of French, y'all. I had the nerve to go to Paris, France. I'm like, it'll be fine. I'll figure it out. Got there. I was like, oh, I am not equipped for this experience. I didn't even try. Didn't even bother. I didn't spend like even a couple weeks just kind of like trying to brush up on a few phrases. I think I knew. I figured out, I don't even remember how to say it, but I learned how to say, or I remembered how to say, sorry, I only speak English in French. And I know it's désolé something. Désolé something anglais. Solo something anglais. And then they'd be like, okay. You said a phrase in French just like that. You know how else? Another faux pas I did, or fox pass, as I like to say, is my very first night, I showed up at some little restaurant and I walked in and I sat down. I was so tired, but I was like, wow, I'm in France. I'm doing it. And I said to the waiter, bonjour. And he's like, bonsoir. And I was like, all right, he just called me a dumb bitch. He said, here come these motherfucking Americans. I was like, bonjour. He was like, bonsoir. I was like, well, okay. Man, I'm an idiot. But you better believe, a couple nights later, when I was out and about, I would walk into a place like, bonsoir. And they'd be like, bonsoir, bonsoir. And I was like, oh, okay, let me just, And by the time I left, I will say, by the time I left France and I was getting back on the airplane to go back to America, the airline I was flying, I think it was Air Canada, and they had English or French. Well, they'll speak to you in either. At that point, I was so used to being like, oh, bonjour, bonsoir, whatever. So I get onto the flight and I see you in the attendant. And she said something, and I just kind of, because I had gotten used to it at that point, was like, oh, bonjour. And she said, bonjour, mademoiselle, blah, blah, blah. And she started speaking, and I was like, whoa. And I didn't say anything, because I was like, okay, she's speaking French at me, because how I convinced her that I knew that was my preferred language, and that was not. So she was like, oh, bonjour, mademoiselle, blah, 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 blah. And she like was trying to point me to where my seats were, and I was like, thank God I already knew where it was, because that was a mistake. You said as much as the city is filled with tourists, the Parisians are not gracious. Not at all. Got you caught out there. And did. Duolingo will have you feeling confident. And then reality hits. Y hablo un poquito español. And a veces, I can whip it out every now and then. Okay? I was taking Spanish long enough that I was dreaming in Spanish. I'd wake up like, that wasn't even English. So like, that's why I'm like, Spanish is the one that I'm sure I feel like a sleeper agent. Like if I really needed to study that, it would be reactivated in me. I didn't get any college credits in any other language, any other subject but Spanish at the college I ended up going to. I had taken some college courses, whatever, in high school. I had a test, but you have to test to get credits. And depending on your score is whether or not you get credits at these different colleges. And the only subject that I was eligible to get college credits for was Spanish. I speak English. And they're like, no, you did not grasp the material well enough at all for that, actually. He said the hotel staff where we stayed hated us. He said your mom left because she couldn't do the cold anymore and it would hurt her bones. Oh, you're talking about New York? Yeah. I took French in high school. Only remember how to say je ne sais pas. I don't know. Is that my name is or something? But yeah, if I'm learning Spanish now and I'm thinking of switching my game to Spanish to give myself a challenge. That's a good idea. I speak French, but when I'm in France, I have to pause because that is French. You took Italian and Spanish in high school and college. You went to Italy and I was, he said I was LOST, lost. Yeah, also Italian and Spanish are, some of the words are close enough that just was confusing me. I tried to take Italian a few years ago when I went back to college to study fashion design, like I told y'all last time. And for a minute there, I was threatening to go to Italy for study abroad. I was living just the alternate life I was living. And so I started taking Italian and I was getting frustrated because I was like, this is too close to Spanish. I'm getting confused. And I'm not that, you know what I mean? I'm not that multilingual that I can just manage a bunch of different languages all easily. And I was like, this one's way too close to one that I know okay enough that this is gonna throw me off. So I think I gave up. Means I don't know what. Oh, okay. Don't even know I'm speaking in Spanish. It's so familiar to me as a Californian. Yeah, that. You know what I mean? Unfazed. Spanish, culturally, different parts of America, unfazed. You're unfazed hearing Spanish. I mean, I'm sure depending on, like, if I hung out with more Haitians, I probably wouldn't be that thrown by, like, French or Creole or whatever. I just don't. You know? All right, let me do another sweep. Let me see. This man speaking? Has he been speaking this whole time and I missed it? No. I don't think so. Maybe I'll just set it aside and I can jump into this damn game really quickly and see if I can do the event. Because who is this? That looks like the color of Mamdani. Hold on, let's listen to this. Can y'all hear this?
We've been called socialists our entire lives, she said.
Voted at Hillside Elementary School in Montclair, where she lives with her husband and 4 children. They were on the stage with her as she made that victory speech, which you heard live on our air. Mikey Sherrill says this is a resounding repudiation of what is coming out of Washington these.
I just. Oop, let me hide this because things are dark in the chat.
Drove voters here in.
Okay, yeah, nothing yet. Although there was this one. This is the one I was talking about earlier. Yeah, y'all can see this.
And when y'all see Zohran outside doing the damn thing, that's not the same outside as Eric Adams. Let's be clear. He's outside like, oh, I'm outside because I finished my homework so my parents said I could be outside. That's the kind of outside that's like, oh, I turned in my assignment before 11:59 p.m. so I can go outside and have fun. That's not the same outside as Eric Adams outside. You know what I'm saying? You would have thought he dropped his debut album and is working for that Grammy nomination. Like, his PR just gonna have to help some struggling artists after this campaign. Like, you know, there's levels to this shit. His PR campaign and strategy right now is not on a generational run. It's on a generational Zohran. And when y'all see Zohran...
He said, like he dropped his debut album. Because that's what it was. It's like, are you the mayor? Like, what's going on? What are you doing in Atlanta? Like... Oh my God. Sorry. When I saw that today, I was like, yes, that is too funny. All right, let me see. I guess I'll just have this off to the side. I don't know how I'm going to keep track of this. Maybe I'll do it like this. Yeah, because I don't need to see. Hold on, okay. Let me make sure I can see the chat. But if y'all end up seeing just by being online that he is speaking, please let me know. Because I don't want to miss it futzing around with this stupid event. I mean, I have so much fun playing The Sims. I love The Sims. This is what we're here for. He said Democrats did their thing. Adams was for the streets and was happy to be for the streets, I think. You recently went to a Mexican grocery store with a friend you've known for years, and they were shocked that I spoke Spanish so fluently. I didn't even know I had switched languages. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Okay, let's jump in. Remember, we're just doing this forever friends thing. Not yet, as far as you can tell. Okay, cool. He said, imagine if Sims was in the ocean and it was called The Swims. Now, where did you come from? Oh, you know what else I got today? Maybe I got it. I don't know. Trump wasn't on the ballot, and shutdowns were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight, according to pollsters. Ugh. Honestly, the election analyzation that comes on nights like this is also aggravating, because it's like, you don't know. Y'all don't know what's going on. You know when I lost faith in the poll? Oh my gosh, she's like mid-swing. How fun. Pausing The Sims at any given moment in an animation is so interesting conceptually. Because like that has to be coded for us to be able to do that. And someone had to animate the bend of the rope on the swing to make it look like it's like she's actually swinging.
And free for grass. Choblarnum. Pimple.
So why don't I see the Forever Friends thing? Is it over, or do I have to be online?
Boy, me.
Does someone have their game open? Have I missed it? Because that would be embarrassing for me and me alone. If I have to actually like do the update, I will. I just won't be happy about it. Cuomo hasn't conceded yet, so Mamdani can't accept until he's done. Hey, Sarah. You didn't finish the last week.
Loonies. Gelsey.
Also, Kim, it's supposed to end tonight, I thought. I thought it was supposed to end today. Is it already over?
Oh, so.
I tried to Google this earlier.
Hemba believe? Huh? Oh, Panadiola.
Who does it say? Ricky Hiccups revealed this girl ain't been right since I aged her up. Because it keeps saying that she's got some infant traits that she shouldn't have. Also, The Sims has a landing page for the Forever Friends event. And it's the least helpful situation at all. Like, it doesn't even have the date for when this ends. Let me make sure y'all this. It has too many tabs open. It's making it hard to see what's going on.
Kithara Gorsoy.
Google said it ended today? I thought it ended today. Did it end yesterday?
Rabla, Shemba Bluff.
Kabla Yamito.
Wow, this is the first event since all these events started that I didn't even bother to finish. That's crazy.
Oh, Rebea no correspone.
Everything I've seen says it ends November 4th. Okay, sorry, there's horse butt all up in this. Oh, you went to school? Okay, I'll just follow you then. Oh, you're going to work? Okay, we'll follow Jackie. Okay, does anyone actually have their game open though? To see if it can be played at all.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Session is important, but it's not legally hard. You said horse's ass. Came back, that's the first thing you saw. When I played last night, it was like 14 hours left, so I think it's over. Tawny, your game's open. It's not in your game anymore. Oh. You thought it ended yesterday. No, they said it ended today. And what they meant was midday. Okay, well. This will be the first time that I didn't get all the stuff. I usually am so diligent about making sure I get the stuff. And I didn't even bother. Okay, well, yep, that's it. That's the only reason why I opened the game today. I had no real plan. Who are you? Oh, you're the ranch hand. Okay. I just don't understand these Sims. Why do we have 2 ranch hands? Well, he said, that's all, folks. Yeah, it wasn't available. Okay, cool. You said you'd be surprised if they don't extend it like the others. If they were gonna extend it, I think we'd already know. Hey, OG Bone. You forgot to get all the stuff? Yeah, yeah. I can't with these horses. Let me... You said concession isn't legally required, but it's still kind of like important. Oh, this guy! What's his name? His name... Damn it, what is his name? Is his name Steve? I don't remember. Social's got her big space geography exam coming up tomorrow. If she doesn't pass, she'll never be accepted into flight school, but she's been doing busy work all day and hasn't studied. Should she cram or take it easy? Cram. Her grade isn't great, but Social squeaks out a pass, just barely. Performance gain small. Okay, so the problem is, don't I still have that mod where we could have worked from home? Because we could have gone to see, what's her face? Aurora May. You're ashamed. I usually cheat all those tedious tasks with UI cheats. Oh, that's smart. I mean, I thought I wanted to play. I at least got the little plush. Pixel the friendly bear, but I didn't get all the magnets. Oh, I'm so sad. I know it's kind of dumb, but like I literally only did the first week and then I said, oh, I'll do it later. Dang. Okay, well now I know for the future, like whatever the last day is not really the last day. The day before that is the last day. And that definitely would have changed how I showed up to do things. Jackie, what is wrong with you? Oh, it's dirty. Bad surroundings or something. Oh, is this thing? Oh no, that's not new. That's what's something. Yeah. These damn horses. I still can't believe y'all. I let y'all punk me into getting them horses. I was gonna. I'm disappointed. Let's see. The next family that we would technically play with is Sunny and Soledad, but last time we were hanging out with Zachary. It's been so long. Why say today was the last day and then end the event in the middle of the day? Right. Maybe. Oh, that's interesting too now. I was going to say maybe it had something to do with the update. But has any of the other events ended with an update? You were all in the first week, but by the time they made me take a pic of your stuffy for the 4th time, I was over it. Yeah, I heard it wasn't that good. I think because y'all were saying that it wasn't that great to play anyway, I wasn't pressed. I was like, whatever. We have a gym renovation happening tomorrow. Okay. I didn't know that these stayed, so that's kind of fun. Maybe because this is the last time we played. Yeah, this is gonna be this will not be, this will be kind of like a throwaway. Whatever we do will be canon, but I'm not gonna be pressed about keeping this in the Tiny Town playlist because this was not really a Tiny Town build or Tiny Town day. This was about the election. Also, this place looks great. I'm just like, ooh, you know what? If I had the update, how bad is the update, y'all? Are things still broken? This was the weakest event. Yeah, I think they're getting a little lost. Did updating the game end it? Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying, Lex. I don't see why it would. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. We got a concession speech. Pause. Okay, hold on. What's happening? Oh, no, not that. Hold on. Dang it, I'm missing the concession. Hold on. Someone said F you. Okay.
We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela.
Are you seeing this? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill Mulrow, our great campaign manager, Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive. And that was a very gracious thing to do.
Hold on, the game is still running.
Thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you.
You said you wish that The Sims had more of a minigame approach to careers. Yeah, I think that would be great. Even a minigame approach to the events would be much better.
Was the right fight to wage, and I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country.
I don't know if you guys, is this loud enough for y'all?
And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. Two million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history.
Oh yeah, could you imagine doing a political career where you had to do meet and greets and could also draft policies? Yeah.
Then when Mario
Cuomo dumped Too Risky as a headline.
Against Ed Koch in 1977.
They're running out of context for the events because there are so many new pack releases. The items for this event seemed random and the tasks were so repetitive. Yeah, it sounds like they didn't really have a vision for the event, but I want to know because I didn't get to play it. Damn.
That makes promises that we know cannot.
That's the best part of custom venues for me. you can use your imagination in the game, but it really can be fun to actually like make it happen with custom menus. Yeah, that'd be a cool idea to like.
Speech,
oh,
after NBC News has projected that Zohran Mamdani is now the mayor-elect of New York City, Leanne Caldwell. This is someone who has served decades in public service. Of course, he did resign.
I'm sorry. Is he not still giving his speech? They said we don't give a damn. They said anyway, y'all. So what do you think we can learn from this? Like, okay, hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me see. Somebody has got to be. Let me go to some local. Let me go to some local-ish. Yeah, here we go. They said, so anyways. Okay.
We cherish our diversity. And we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks.
Y'all.
Our
Our
strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker.
What is he talking about?
Nothing will ever
This is why you got
divide
cut
us.
off. The gaslighting is real.
And this
They
campaign
became their liberal judges.
was necessary to make
Yeah,
that
to the
point.
left, to the left.
A caution
You said New
flag
Jersey in here.
that
Who's
we are
proud of my
heading
state
down
and
a
NYC. I know that's right.
dangerous
New
road.
Jersey did their big one today.
Well, we made that point, and they
You can't
heard
wait for
us,
someone to make a YouTube poop.
and
I don't know
we
if I know
will
what that is.
hold
That's
them
funny.
to it.
You hope to never hear from Cuomo again. Oh no, this is just the beginning, baby.
Also, my friends, feel proud because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud because we fought our hearts out and we left it
This is
all
me.
on the field.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna send a picture.
Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani.
Boo my ass.
No. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us.
Yes, it is.
Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world.
Ain't no way he
we
wrote
will
this.
unite for New
Right.
York City
He was like,
because
he
we
had to have
love
known.
New York City. And from the bottom of my heart,
Thank you, Seashell.
I thank
He had
each
to have
and
known.
every one of you.
He said you rock
I
Sims in the
love
news.
you
Thank you.
for the fight you made, for the
He'll
soul
probably say that I
you
contributed
showed,
to
and the
Jack
example that
Rally
you
losing
set.
3 times in
New
a row.
York
Baby,
City
you said
heard
Jersey
us.
strong.
And we will be the better for it.
Well, he
Thank
said,
you. God
Cuomo's like
bless
Tony
you.
Montana, or am I just seeing things? Sorry, Al Pacino.
To Andrew Cuomo, well, the voters have decided it was not enough for him to win tonight. He was looking for a political comeback, but that did not happen. Cuomo
He's
congratulated
literally
Mom.
like, listen. You're a diddler. You're a diddler, weirdo, pervert who was killing the old folks. That is your legacy. And you gotta live with that. And I'm American enough to have forgotten. But then somebody reminded me. And I was like, oh, damn, you right. He ain't really about shit for real, is he? Like, come on. Come on. Yeah, they're doing whatever they're going to do. What is she saying?
While at the end, he congratulated Mamdani. He had a number of fighting words before he got to that point, and that rallied his supporters, that rallied his base. He talked about how, as an independent...
Okay, well, we just heard what he talked about. He said, bye, Cuomo. Oh my gosh! Maven, hi! Hold on, wait. Damn it. Damn you. How do people do this? I'm gonna have to get better at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Nope. Not trying to do that either. Sorry, I'm just laughing at myself because I've been trying to do this shout out for the last 3 types. Now what? Ah! Ah! Oh my God! Why did it? Ah! Hold on! Oh my God. I'm embarrassed. Oh my God. Y'all, I am struggling! Oh! No. You said my first man! Oh my God, Maven, please! I've literally been trying to do a damn shout out for what? 30 seconds! Oh my God! Y'all make sure you follow Maven. Be more natural, please. Please, dear Lord. After all that, please. Good God. It's like, am I okay? No. He's definitely giving old school villain. Very sinister man. He said, yeah, I can't breathe. Did you guys hear me typing? Because I was like, oh, at first it was like, I have to get my commands together. Because I'm like, click, 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 click. Like, okay. And then as soon as I had it, I got the username right. And instead of shout out, it was like, oh yeah, we banned them for you. Ban? No! And then I'm like, is there an unban command? So I'm like, unban, shout out. Like, she's so excited. Someone help. Exactly. This is wonderful. You shared all of the best updates and saved me from having to look up the news. Ah, well, I'm glad you were hanging out. You said no, you couldn't hear you typing. It's just been literally, I've been click, 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 click. Oh, backspace. And then that's why I was like not speaking in full sentences. Because I'm like, yo, I'm trying to do this damn shout out, but I was like, cool, I got the shout out. We banned, be more natural. No! the panic. That was legitimate panic. I was like, oh dear God. You said you saw it in real time. You knew the struggle was weird. You said bless your heart, not a bless your heart. Oh no. You know, if someone says bless their heart, they're like, that poor, poor, dumb child. That's what bless your heart means. Like, Hey, Maven. Thanks for coming by today. How are you doing? Did you update your game? We're waiting for... I've been waiting all night. 1, to confirm who the next mayor of New York City will be. And you're like, who gives a damn? Me! Because I live here. So I voted today. I didn't have this on when I went to vote. You know, I wasn't trying to sway the peoples. But I got my I voted sticker. And then this is my pin from the primary. Because I did vote for him in the primaries. Here we go. This button. So now we're trying to say, you said W voting. I know that's right. You haven't even touched the EA app. Okay, yeah, that's fair. You said shadows are a new thing. I mean, new for me. Because when people are saying hi, I have to remember to shout people out. That's the issue, because I hadn't been on Twitch for real. Now I'm on Twitch and people coming by. They're like, oh, what's up? I'm like, what's up indeed? And you got to shout them out. And he said, proud of all the voters. Yes. Everyone who voted tonight, exercise your right to the vote. Yes. Keep doing that. 6,000 people still voted for Adams. He said, this is why democracy is doomed. No, democracy is working exactly how it's supposed to be working. Because if somebody said, I like that mayor, he knows how to party. That's their God-given right. What are they saying about him?
Him down. He didn't let it kill his confidence. He put one foot in front of the other. So did his followers and his supporters. And so here we are tonight, Sade.
Oh, and Jay, you know, another thing I was actually thinking about was how Mamdani.
I heard they're at the Brooklyn
every
Paramount, which is like a theater that's been recently restored. And concrete jungle bed dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Or what's that other girl said? Oh, speaking of that other girl, sorry, I'm jumping ahead because I'm assuming y'all are keeping up with me. The other girl is like, welcome to New York. We've been waiting for you. But then that made me think of, stay with me. He was a man enough for me. Did you all see Kayla Nicole's Halloween costume and TikTok video? And if you're like, what the hell, what is Vanessa talking about? It's so much lore to catch you up on. It's not worth it in the middle of this mayoral thing. I might have to bring it up on Thursday. Oh, you voted by mail. So convenient for the disabled folks. I know that's right. And they try to take that away too. When I say they, I mean the Reds of it all. He said, yes, it was great. There were some wild Halloween costumes. Yeah, you saw it and you loved it. I saw it, all right. And, you know, people said that they watched that video a lot. And they're like, oh, I watched the video like 50 to 60, 1,100 times. And it's because she looped it. Whoever put it on the loop did it right. Because exactly where the snippet ends is basically where the song can pick back up again. So it makes it very easy to re-listen to it. And she makes it very easy to rewatch. So now you said she snapped on little Taylor Swift and Travis. Well, I don't know what you mean exceptionally. She just likes to dress up as celebrities for Halloween. Who dressed up as Jackie Kennedy all bloodied up? Because I gotta be honest, when I saw that, I was like, that costume is lit. And people were very upset about it. But that is what Halloween is for. That type of shit. And it was unhinged. Who was it who dressed up like that? Unhinged to dress up that way. And for me, I'm like, that's Halloween, baby. Your state got rid of our corrupt public service commissioner tonight. Let's go! You know, sometimes Georgia has a couple wins and you're like, you gotta take them. You gotta take them, honestly. Kanye's ex. Oh, is that who that was? She should be ashamed. I'm sorry. I know I'm toxic. To me, that's peak Halloween. That's what you do on Halloween. Was it in poor taste? Quite possibly. I think she came back and she was like, I'm trying to make a statement. No, you weren't. You weren't trying to make a statement. You were trying to be shocking and were. You know what I mean? Don't come back and try to make it seem like you were trying to be political. You don't even know politics. That's our story. We're sticking to it. Right. I just heard that she likes to dress up as different celebrities. You said the Lorax were cutting up. There was a lot of good costumes, I feel like, this year. I saw Sierra as Michael Jackson. Damn good job. He said, do we do it, Georgia? Let me look.
At City Harvest, we believe.
Okay. we are getting the commercials now, which, what? We can flip over to this one for a second. But as soon as it's time to listen to the speech, we need to go back to local, because once they cut off Cuomo, I was like, ooh, they don't give a damn. I was going to say something, and then I was like, you know what? It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter for real. You saw it. You thought it was just referencing the song and choreography recently trending, but I'm gagging for the shade too. Yeah, that's what's funny is like, yeah, if you didn't know any better, that is all it was. I don't like her, but I don't think it was that bad. Like that, not like the Amy Winehouse cake bad. I forgot about that. Also in very, very poor taste. That's already 11. Y'all, can I be honest for a second? I'm big mad that I missed the event. I'm actually genuinely upset about that. If I would have changed. Now I know, but I'm like, I don't like missing out on stuff. Now forever, I'm not going to have that stuff. And that's annoying. Because they said it was going to end on a day, and it's still that day, and I'm big mad about that, actually. I don't like that. You're just waiting for the Mariota race to be called. What event? The Forever Friends event. They said it ended on November 4th. But apparently it ended November 4th midday. Because it's November 4th late at night. And I was like, okay, I'll just finish it on stream real quick. I gotta make sure I do it tonight. I was busy, babes. I had a whole spooky season thing to do. I could not be bothered with Forever Friends. I was like, okay, I'll do it on the last day. Bet. No. Hey, Misty. You said, oh, no way. Yeah, I know. They really messed me up. You said, trust me, it was the worst event. I know. And yet, there's stuff I'm never going to have now. Because they played with me on these dates. Okay? And you said it was all local. Can you get it from the gallery? I don't know if it'll keep if I get it from the gallery. Oh, they play. Wait. Are they talking about the concession?
Governor Cuomo. I'm not going to say that this crowd booed Cuomo, but they were waving goodbye. Mamdani reaching 50%, holding on to 50% in those returns that are not yet complete, and the crowd here is excited about that. They are now cheering, and I'm imagining that's because they're anticipating that their candidate may be soon coming out onto the stage. But again, 50% in a three-way race, not insignificant. You mentioned the stunningly high voter turnout, the highest since 1969. More than 2.1 million voters turning out in this election. And contrary to the message that we heard a little while ago from Cuomo in his concession speech, and I'm going to let Andrew Sif cover that, Mamdani supporters, you can hear them chanting behind me. Cuomo said the city's going through a dangerous path, going down a dangerous path. They feel they are on a hopeful path. Not exactly clear how long until he steps out, but it feels like it's imminent.
Okay, Melissa, thank you. We will be keeping a close eye on that. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo addressing his supporters, as you mentioned just moments ago, conceding the race to Zohran.
Okay, that was interesting. Cuomo's a piece of shit. You said you're a bit. You said you didn't finish it either? See? Your town elected the first female to the city council. Oh, that's lit. Yeah, I'm just mad. I just, yeah. You said, I wonder if they could unlock in your account being in the Creator Network or something. Let me tell you something. I don't know what people think the Creator Network is, okay? It is not that. Hey, at least not at my level, okay? Maybe, no, you don't just get, I don't get that kind of treatment. I'm just a girl who they sometimes let me test the packs. You know what I mean? Like, that's who I am. I'm not getting special unlocks for the events. I might go in there and complain. I will do that. I will go and tell the person who I can reach out to and be like, hey, I'm complaining. This is bullshit. If you guys are going to end the event on a day, you got to end it on the day, later in the day. Or like be honest about the fact that if you're going to play, you can't play it past the last will. Now I know. This has never been an issue before. But like, I don't like that shit. There's still stuff in the game today that I don't have because I didn't do the remember several years ago when they did the sessions, like they did the little concert series. I don't even think I did what I was supposed to do for that. And there's like different like lights and stuff that I don't have from not transferring things over from Sims 3. There's all kinds of little things that I don't have that only comes up every now and then. But this Forever Friends bullshit, I'm gonna be pissed. Cuomo's fear-mongering? Absolutely. Let me just go back to the top of the hour for a moment to my collectible. I'm gonna call them collectibles. My collectibles anti-DSA propaganda that I received in the mail today. Hey, had they got me yesterday, I might have voted differently. But unfortunately, because I received it after I voted, unfortunately, the message came a little too late. But they are letting me know the dangers of the Democratic Socialists of America as a Black person because it's paid for by the National Black Empowerment Action Fund. A message from the Black community to the Democratic Socialists of America. Stand up against extremism. Scan to help stop the DSA. They have an extreme agenda. It's threatening the Black community. Me, they sent this to. The extreme agenda of the Democratic Socialists of America includes, but is not limited to, defunding and abolishing the police, releasing all prisoners, even violent criminals, dismantling the gang database, legalizing all drugs, including heroin and fentanyl. Maybe I should be censoring myself. I am on social media. And then, of course, legalizing prostitution. Damn you, Democratic Socialists of America, and what you're trying to do to the Black community. Like I said, that was real money people spent to send to me to make sure I knew. So you want to talk about fear mongering? Absolutely. I have never been so mongered. You said they know the BPP is extinct, right? So no Republican ran. Oh yeah. We had a Republican mayor. In fact, perfect timing. Republican candidate, excuse me. They're talking about him right now.
We're going to take a moment now and head back to the headquarters of Zohran Mamdani.
Oh, okay. Well, it was Curtis Lewa who ran, I guess, last time too, as a Democratic candidate.
And older people here. And the Marist poll said that he and Cuomo were essentially running even when it came to
I guess it's like they insist on speaking over.
And older. Now you would expect Cuomo would have picked up the majority of those folks, but no. It's again testimony to the coalition that Mamdani was able to build.
And we expect to hear from the mayor-elect, Zohran Mamdani, any moment as we go through the introductions there. NJ, stay put. We want to go to the Cuomo camp now. Lauren Glassberg has been monitoring a much different field tonight. Lauren, after he gave that speech, you can see the lights are literally being turned off, kind of, sort of.
I just want you all to know, if you're just tuning in, they're jumping back over to Cuomo. They cut him off from speaking on the other channel. They didn't even give a damn about what he had to say. So the energies are interesting around concession. It wasn't this channel. This channel cut him off.
Happy in this room that he is, at least for now, holding on to that 50% mark. At the moment, some of Mamdani's campaign team are just thanking some of. Launched into a chant of DSA, which stands for the Democratic Socialists of America. They're thanking organized labor, the various municipal labor unions that came forward.
The Democratic Socialists of America, the very ones I was warned about today, mind you.
In the primary, and it sounds like they are getting ready to just bring out some of his supporters, but no speech yet, no sign of Zohran himself yet.
Okay, Melissa Russo, we thank you. We're going to jump right back to that as soon as he hits the stage. But we do want to get back to New Jersey, where the governor's race is serving as an early indicator of President Trump's favorability in his second term.
Yeah, Democratic Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, the projected winner.
That's just a funny way to phrase that. His favorability in his second term. Anyway, you said your town's mayor won because no one ran against him. like the Dems that ran against my cousin's first 2 terms for county commissioner. Sounds about right. Now my town only has about 100 citizens, less than 200 people voted. That Grim Reaper event glitched out and I missed out on the tattoo. I'm still mad about that. Oh, dang. Yeah, they usually give us an extension. They must have known that nobody wanted to play this. Or maybe everybody played it. You said because, as you know, Black New Yorkers love the NYPD. Famously so, actually. Okay, yeah, so we've got that up in the background too, because I'm like, I ain't gonna miss that. Yeah. 1,000 citizens. Oh, okay. I know the math on that wasn't adding up, Misty, but I was just like, you know what? That's all right. Wow, what a day. Oh my goodness. It kind of feels anticlimactic to me because I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna vote on voting day. I didn't vote early, but you know, it'll be interesting. Now, hold on, wait. Let me get the Associated Press back up because that's where I was for the election info. Yeah, they're talking about basically how this looks for Donald Trump, which is so interesting. Yeah, Mamdani wins New York City mayoral race. You guys can see this for the most part. This says Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City on Tuesday, capping a stunning ascent for the 34, I just had to say that again, year-old state lawmaker who was set to become the city's most liberal mayor in generations. In a victory for the Democratic Party's progressive wing, Mamdani defeated former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani must now navigate the unending demands of America's biggest city and deliver on ambitious, skeptics say unrealistic, campaign promises. With the victory, the Democratic Socialist will etch his place in history as the city's first Muslim mayor, the first of South Asian heritage, and the first born in Africa. He will also become the city's youngest mayor in more than a century when he takes office on January 1st. Governor Kathy Hochul said on X that she looked forward to working with Mamdani to make our city more affordable and livable, and congratulated him on winning one of the city's highest turnout elections on record. More than 2 million New Yorkers cast ballots in the contest, the largest turnout in a mayoral race in more than 50 years, according to the city's Board of Elections. With roughly 90% of the votes counted, Mamdani held an approximately 9 percentage point lead over Cuomo. Mamdani's unlikely rise gives credence to Democrats who have urged the party to embrace more progressive left-wing candidates instead of rallying behind centrists in hopes of winning back swing voters who have abandoned the party. He has already faced scrutiny from national Republicans, including President Donald Trump, who have eagerly cast him as a threat in the face of what they say is a more radical Democratic Party. Trump has repeatedly threatened to cut federal funding to the city and even take it over if Mamdani won. At his victory party in Brooklyn, Mamdani supporters cheered and embraced, some tearfully, after the Associated Press called the race. Campaign posters flew through the air, and one person hoisted the official flag of New York City, and Bad Bunny played from the speakers. Mamdani's X account posted a video of a subway train pulling up to the City Hall station with an announcement that said the next and last stop is City Hall. We gotta check that out. In a concession speech, hold on, let me just double check. Okay, nothing's happening. In a concession speech, a defiant Cuomo called his campaign a caution flag that we are headed down a dangerous, dangerous road, and noted that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. Sorry, I had to pause because I guess I wasn't listening to him. Because to say he was fear-mongering, ooh. Anyway. Still, he corrected his supporters when they began to boo at the mention of Mamdani's name. No, that is not right, he said, offering to help the incoming mayor in any way. Tonight was their night. Mamdani's grassroots campaign centered on affordability, and his charisma spoiled Cuomo's attempts attempted political comeback. The former governor, who resigned 4 years ago following allegations of sexual harassment that he continues to deny, was dogged by his past throughout the race. Ooh, okay, reading that was crazy. And was criticized for running a negative campaign. There's also the question of how Mamdani will deal with Trump, who not only threatened retribution against the city, but also suggested he might try to arrest and deport Mamdani if he won. Mamdani was born in Uganda, where he spent his early childhood, but was raised in New York City and became a U.S. citizen in 2018. Democratic Representative Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of Mamdani's most prominent backers, said New Yorkers would fight back. We're going to stand up to bullies and thugs in the White House, she told reporters. New mayor will pursue an ambitious agenda. Mamdani, again, double checking, okay, cool, who was criticized throughout the campaign for his thin resume, will now have to begin staffing his incoming administration before taking office next year and game out how he plans to accomplish the ambitious but polarizing agenda that drove him to victory. Among the campaign's promises are free childcare, free city bus service, city-run grocery stores, and a new Department of Community Safety that would send mental health care workers to handle certain emergency calls rather than police officers. It is unclear how Mamdani will pay for such initiatives, given Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul's steadfast opposition to his calls to raise taxes on wealthy people. His decisions around the leadership of the New York Police Department will also be closely watched. Mamdani was a fierce critic of the department in 2020, calling for this rogue agency to be defunded and slamming it as racist, anti-queer, and a majority threat to public safety. He has since apologized for those comments and has said he will ask the current NYPD commissioner to stay on the job. Mamdani's campaign was driven by his optimistic view of the city and his promises to improve the quality of life for its middle and lower classes. But Cuomo, Sliwa, and other critics assailed him over his vehement criticism of Israel's military actions in Gaza. Mamdani, a longtime advocate of Palestinian rights, has accused Israel of committing genocide and said he would honor an arrest warrant the International Criminal Court issued for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Mamdani is now the face of the Democratic Party, New York GOP Chair Ed Cox said in a statement. Okay. So Mamdani won over the city while Cuomo faltered. Mamdani began his campaign as a relatively obscure state lawmaker, little known even within New York City. Going into the Democratic primary, Cuomo was the presumed favorite with near universal name recognition and deep political connections. Cuomo's chances were buoyed further when incumbent Mayor Eric Adams bowed out of the primary while dealing with the fallout of his now dismissed federal corruption case. It's not funny. It's not funny. This is just what's been going on, okay? But as the race progressed, Mamdani's natural charm, catchy social media videos, and populist economic platform energized voters in the notoriously expensive city. He also began drawing outside attention as his name ID grew. Mamdani ultimately trounced Cuomo in the primary by about 13 points. The former governor relaunched his campaign as an independent candidate for the general election, vowing to hit the streets with a more energetic approach. However, much of his campaign continued to focus on attacking opponents. In the race's final stretch, he claimed Mamdani's election would make Jews feel unsafe. Meanwhile, supporters packed Mamdani's rallies, and he held whimsical events, including a scavenger hunt and a community soccer tournament. Cuomo also juxtaposed his deep experience in government with Mamdani's less than 5 years in the state legislature. But the former governor also faced his own political baggage as his opponents dredged up these sexual harassment allegations that led to his resignation, as well as his decisions during the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic. Sliwa, the creator of the Guardian Angels Crime Patrol group, also had his moments, mostly in the form of funny quips on the debate stage, but had difficulty gaining traction as a Republican in an overwhelmingly Democratic city. He conceded the race about a half hour after the polls closed, telling supporters, we have a mayor-elect. Obviously, I wish him good luck because if he does well, we do well. And that was by Jill Colvin. Did you like my semi-news voice as I read that? Ah! Oh my God!
It is just an astonishing win.
And you can just hear the applause from all
Sorry,
the
I was in the article.
that were packed in that room waiting for this moment. He now, as you mentioned, becomes the 111th mayor of the biggest city in this country with a huge, huge task ahead. Let's hear what he says.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
I know that's right! Let's go! He can't even believe it.
And that is because of you.
Me!
So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
He said you're safe in
Thank you
Georgia.
to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall.
Oh.
Who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you.
Now, put your phone down.
More than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned,
and they did not.
Every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba.
34.
You have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama. Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
That's a good way to say that.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
Let's go!
Make buses fast and free.
Hell yeah!
And deliver universal child care across our city.
Let's go!
Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come.
Damn.
This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on.
Let's go!
Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light.
You say a lot of things.
Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job.
Let's go!
A single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down. Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism.
That's right. Let them know.
Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong.
That's right. Let them know.
Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
Woo!
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about.
Ooh, that's a good one, too.
For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system.
We gotta watch out for him.
To let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
Ooh.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
Oh!
So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Oh my God, I'm about to start crying.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants.
That's right.
Powered by immigrants.
That's right.
And as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
That's right. Tell him. Tell him. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm about to start crying. This is literally. Oh my God.
So
he said Cankles McBones first.
Trump, when I say this, to get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
That's right. That's right. Oh, they are not gonna like this. Oh, they don't like this at all.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them.
Woo! Ooh! I'm getting chills.
A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist.
That's right! That's right!
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right. Yep.
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before.
That's right.
It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for. And whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
Oh.
Together, New York, we're going to freeze the...
Red.
Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and...
Free!
Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal...
Childcare!
Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
You were just listening to the next mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, the 34-year-old Democratic Socialist.
The man can speak.
Fiery speech.
The man can
this
speak.
City will remain a fiery speech. He says,
wow. Oh my God. Y'all. Wow. Great. That speech. Mwah. Chef's kiss. 8 down. Inspired very. Someone said it gave very much 2008 Obama. It did. Oh. Wait. What are they saying on the
speech? But also an olive branch to the person he defeated and who he had that contentious race against, Andrew Cuomo. In fact, at one point,
this is what New York looks like.
This be the night that I
starting January 1st, 2026. This is the leadership of New York.
A source close to the campaign of Mr. Mamdani also saying that
he also took a jab at Trump, saying he called out
They're
Trump,
so excited.
saying, "Listen to this. Turn up the volume." And Trump then replied, "And so it begins." This was a fiery speech, you know, really hitting on all corners, speaking to the immigrants there that has been central to his campaign, the issue of affordability.
Yeah, y'all. Obviously, this applies to literally no one else except for me and like one other person in the chat. Because this is technically a local election, but a local election of one of the most, prominent cities in America. So, It was very inspiring. Kind of made me want to cry at some parts. Absolutely, Gabrielle. Absolutely. What color is the inspired plum bob? A tealish blue. That's exactly how I feel. He said, tri-state area, we did our big one tonight. And did. His wife is gorgeous. And is. Largest city in America. And is. Orange man and his cankles. I know. Who said the cankles McBone Spurs? Cankles called out the billionaires by name. This is his Cedric. Right. Yeah. He's walking tall. I love this. I know, not backing down from the assignment, very much so inspiring. Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't stop talking your shit now. That's what the online discourse is about right now, actually. There's someone online who was talking big shit earlier this year, met somebody in person, and is now talking different shit. And that's a whole conversation that's happening online. Don't back down now, Mamdani. Say what mean what you say what you mean. And he said, I mean what I say. And I'm saying exactly what I mean. And he kept the message very focused on New Yorkers. He said, this is for you. They're trying to tell you that you can't do it. This ain't about me. This is about you. You said that you wanted to freeze the rent. You said you wanted fast and free buses. You said you wanted universal child care. You said that you wanted a department to help with mental health emergencies. That's what you said you wanted. And they told you couldn't have it. And you told them back, I will have it. That's what his speech is. That's what he said. Verbatim, actually, word for word, line for line. You know what I mean? Interclip the tape. Verbatim, he said, and Donald Trump, you can kiss my Ugandan ass. Verbatim, he said that. That's what he said in that speech, just right then. I know y'all heard it. He said, miss me. He said, you old man, I know you're deaf. Turn it up. I said what the hell I said. And like I said, repercussions, the likes I have never known from this election. The most people that have turned out in decades to elect a foreign-born Muslim young man. I'm sorry. And over 1 million people did that. Say what you want. Over 1 million people did that. And you're going to be like, oh yeah, but the second guy got 40% as well. It wasn't just like a whole sweep, but he lost. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Your best wasn't good enough. 91% of the votes in, he's got 50.4%. 1,035,646 votes. He said, we all heard it. He said, I make no apologies. That's what we millennials call standing on business. Him being kind is a bad thing to the ops too. You'll have to watch it on YouTube. I know. We just finished listening to Zoran's ringing speech. Oh yeah, Roger, you just came back. Yeah, we literally just finished it. You know the Agent Orange is spewing orange Cheeto dust all over the Oval Office. That's why I said I am concerned about what this means, but I guess it also doesn't matter because it's like, this is what the people wanted. Just like the people wanted you, right? Just like the people wanted you. This is what New Yorkers wanted. So won't start no stuff, won't be no stuff. Is how I feel. What's he gonna do? Send ice in? You saw the way they were acting in California. New Yorkers are down with it. You saw, I've even seen clips of ICE showing up and New Yorkers being like, no, absolutely not. I think New Yorkers will go there with it. Make me mad enough, I'm gonna go there with it. I already told y'all early this year I shut somebody down at work. Still don't know what they look like. I met somebody at work very recently. I was like, I hope she wasn't the one I was cussing out. Because I promise you, I'm not mean, but sometimes it gets there. Because you had me heated that day. I wake up this morning to someone on Tumblr Cheney in the dirt, and it ended with Zohran winning New York City Mayor. Today was a good day. I do hope Zohran has a great security team. I worry for his safety. Oh, same. As he was talking, I was like, somebody get this man security and a bulletproof vest before somebody gets some ideas. Because this is America. He said, I heard him say that. Verbatim, he said. He said, and I will tax whoever the hell I need to tax to make this happen. He said that verbatim too. Direct quote. He said, the billionaires got me fucked up. But I'm gonna get it right. That's what he said, verbatim, on the speech. He's crazy. All the things that came out of his mouth, wild. And he said, no apologies. I am who I am. And I love how it's interesting because as he was speaking, I was like, he knows he has the national attention right now. Across the country, they're listening to what he's saying. And like, obviously, news stations, whomever, can start speaking over him, cut away from him, whatever. But more or less, I mean, Donald Trump listened to everything he said. People who maybe didn't vote for him, weren't very clear on his policies, who are residents of New York City, you know, had the opportunity to watch out of his own mouth what he's promising, what he believes, what he stands for. And there are people who just believe that if you are different from them, you should not have a good quality of life, point blank, period. And like, I can't reach those people. I'm not talking to those people. So for anyone else who's reasonable and who's just kind of like nervous or whatever, they got to hear directly from him what he stands for, what he's about, what he represents as a person, and what he hopes to do as an elected official directly from his mouth. And it was very clear, cut and dry to me in a way that was like nice to hear directly from him. And that's how you know. I mean, like I said, I'm half paying attention to the campaign. And I knew, what did I say at the beginning of the stream? I know he was about the damn buses, freezing the rent, the childcare. I mean, it was clear every step of the way. I was hoping the button had it, but I don't have any material that has it on it. I need to go get some pamphlets just to like keep, because yeah, this is historic. Makes me interested for something with New York City services. Or makes you interested in the family that serves in NYC. So that was really, you said the people are tired of the BS and need some relief. So happy for the city of New York. Same, Tawny, and Prop 50 too. Prop 50, which also just that whole thing. Let me see. California redistricting battle. California voters approved new U.S. House map to boost Democrats in 2026. I don't know. Like, listen, I don't know. Like I said, and one thing about Americans that I will say is that Americans want to vote for change. Change does not mean better. Change does not mean good. It means different than what came before. So, you know, Mamdani was running on change. Now, I think it was clear what he was standing for, the buses and whatnot that I just mentioned. And I hope he's able to do that. I mean, honestly, if he's able to even do 1/3 of the things that he's talking about, that's what having a vision is about. And just, you know, to get, I don't know, a little hoity-floity, highfalutin for a second. You know, that is the beauty of setting a goal and for having a vision for yourself. Okay? When you're thinking about what you want out of your life and what you want your life to look like over the next 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, it's not about hitting every little thing on your goal that you're trying to do or that you write down. It's actually about doing more than you would have done if you hadn't written anything down. So Cuomo ran on being a politician. Okay, no one gives a damn. Ooh, thanks for the, wait, what was that? Oh my God, Lex, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. You said you really want the buses, high key. Ashley, same. Because I fundamentally am like, I don't think we should be playing. See, this is me. And again, they're speaking to the wrong girl, the wrong woman, the wrong voter, talking about some, oh, you want to be concerned about all this? Because I'm sitting here like, I don't want to pay for the subway at all. The subway, as far as I'm concerned, should be free. What do my tax dollars go to? Tax the rich billionaires who don't take the damn subway, who insist on, now we've got freaking polls to get into the city. Like, okay, take that money that you're raising. I shouldn't have to pay to get on the subway. We shouldn't be paying for this at all. And it's gotten so aggressive in New York, y'all. They are installing, again, if you're not from New York City, if you don't live in New York City, what I'm about to say to you means nothing. It means nothing. But you have to understand that this, to me, is unprecedented. And I've lived here for 10 years now, and what I'm seeing is just like, I'm like, ew. Like they are installing, I want to say devices, barriers. They're basically installing these barriers and things to make it harder to evade the fare. So they are really trying to enforce people to pay the subway fee to get in by installing these like there's these stalls in order, you have to like basically swipe your card. Well, you don't even fucking, sorry. You used to like swipe and like go through whatever. And the little stall was about like hip to waist high. And there's like a turnstile. They're starting to install these like attachments that make it hard to like hold on to the stall. Because what people would do was they would hold on to the stall and hoist their body over the turnstile to avoid paying the fare. Or what they would do is there's often these like emergency exits off to the side that people will use. Sometimes if they have like a stroller or a lot of groceries, they'll just go through the exit. And when people would go through the exit, other people would just come onto the subway without paying because they would just go through the door. So they've also installed like a system where if you push the door to open it, there's like a 10-second delay for it to open. And it's, again, to curb fare evasion. And they've also installed these things on the turnstile so that if you somehow manage to hoist your body over the turnstile, it's like a little lip on the turnstile to make it basically like a hair taller. So it's that much more inconvenient to get over the turnstile. All in an effort to make sure people are paying to get on the subway that I fundamentally think should just be free. I don't think you should be paying for it. It should just be, it's public transit. Why am I paying? It's public transit. We pay taxes. Paid to get on an overpacked, musty, slow, late, peed on. Exactly. All the things. Hey, Nova. I don't know. We don't even have public transportation where I live. Yeah, I mean, I'm letting you know. Public transit is part of the culture of New York City. And the things that they've done, and I felt it where I live in a way that I was like, oh, yikes. I stopped taking the subway for like, I don't know, a few weeks. And then I would go back to taking the subway. And I was like, when did they install all this at my stop? The hell? Is it public or owned by a private company? No, it's public. It's public transit. They'll have bus stops with no seats. There's an actual term for that. Yeah, it's like hostile architecture or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but I've been trying to pull that here with the unattractive, uninviting architecture and street furniture. Yeah. Hostile architecture. Yeah, that's what it's called. It's often associated, hostile architecture is an urban design strategy that uses elements of the built environment to purposely guide behavior. It often targets people who use or rely on public space more than others, such as youth, poor people, and homeless people, by restricting the physical behaviors they can engage in. This is based on Wikipedia. Yeah. Yep. In Chattanooga, the nearest town with public transit is owned privately. And that shouldn't be owned privately either. All that, but basically putting up cones to prevent people from getting pushed. Right. The trains system in Spain is amazing. They have doors by the tracks that open when the train arrives. God forbid public transit is for the public. I'm living in St. Louis and the decrease of public transit has been so apparent here. It's the worst. Yeah, and it's all in an effort to control the movement of lower class folks. Like, that's all it is. It's all to keep out people who can't afford to be in the areas that someone else is in. It's very, that's what it comes down to. That's all it is about. And so I'm very excited. I really want the fast and free buses. That would be great if you just didn't pay for buses. And I'm like, yeah, one day fast and free New York City transit would be amazing. How would they make up that revenue? Not my business. Figure it out. Figure it out. That's why I elected you, for you to figure it out. You know what I mean? Universal free childcare. Absolutely. Get them kids taken care of so people can go to work. Absolutely. Do that. Yep. Make sure. Yes. Also, I imagine that creates jobs too. You have childcare workers and that sort of thing who are like part of like city government and stuff. And he's threatening to do city run grocery grocery stores. Oh, they hate that. That's what I'm saying. He's a democratic socialist? I just got the pamphlets today that said what a danger it is. What a danger to have the democratic socialists of America hurting the black folk community. Y'all know what character I'm trying to do? Okay. You said taxes. Your taxes will go up. You don't have, there are 6 weeks of, what? You know, if you start here, there, that starts at 6 weeks and that's free. I don't know what you're talking about. Social democracy. Hey, all her movements. Hi, how are you? How are you? They don't want to do anything that helps the people. That's right. Yeah, and that's the thing too, like the threat, oh, your taxes will go up. Yeah, but I don't think people have a problem with taxes. I think they have a problem with being taxed and feeling like they can't feel what their money is paying for. You know what I mean? Like taxes, oh, I have high taxes, but then it's like you have really good healthcare and free public transit and a number you can call if someone's having a mental health crisis. Like, yeah, the taxes are high, but like, this is also a nice place to live. You know what I mean? Sitting around grocery stores scare me. I'm interested in seeing how he works that out. Like I said, he ain't gotta do, honestly, this is why you're watching me, because I'll say it. He don't gotta do a damn thing. He could do one of the things that he said. Oh, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to have an inspirational moment. Because if you have a goal for yourself, if you have a vision, that's really what it is. If you have a vision for your own life, a vision for where you want to see yourself in the next few years, you will do and accomplish more than you would if you don't have a vision. Cuomo didn't win because he didn't have a vision. Mamdani has a vision for the city. He envisions that the city has fast and free buses, affordable childcare, and a secret third thing. What was the last thing? Childcare, the buses, and freeze the rent. I was like, what was the last one? And then he repeated it over and over and over. And it's a very simple concept to understand, and it's something that matters to at least 50% of the people who voted today. Right? He has a vision. He feels steadfast in that vision. And he's just naive enough to think he can do it. Just audacious enough to think he can do it. And what Cuomo and the establishment Democrats were trying to convince us of is that having experience would teach you to know better than to have a vision for yourself in your community. And in fact, it's the opposite. Time and time again, those who have a vision for what they see for the constituents that they plan to lead, oftentimes win. There's a clear, concise message that people can rally behind. And for yourself as well, for your own life. If you're feeling uninspired, lost, confused, and dazed, it's probably because you're lacking a vision for yourself. And only you get to decide what your vision for your life and how you want to do things is. And once you can create and write a vision, I envision a life where I do X, Y, and Z. I feel X, Y, and Z. I love X, Y, and Z. I am loved by X, Y, and Z. And you start to get excited by what this vision of your life could look like. You will have a higher chance of getting what you can envision than not. If you can't envision whatever your life looks like, that's why your life looks like whatever it looks like right now. Because you're getting it. You're getting whatever you envision, which is nothing. You know? So yeah, maybe all the plans are audacious. Maybe people don't give a damn. All they care about was the rents. They're like, oh, he wants to freeze the rents? Bet. Not for me. The rest of it, yeah, sure. Maybe the buses, yeah, whatever. But he dared to have a vision. That's the takeaway for you. You person who does or does not live in New York City. You need to have a vision for what you want your life to be. I don't care if you're 25. I don't care if you're 35. I don't care if you're 45, 55, or 65. If you're listening to me right now and you're feeling a little lost, a little confused, a little bit, I don't know what to do. You don't have a vision for yourself. And you get to make up whatever that vision is, whatever excites you. Make up the vision for your life. These people are trying to convince me that the vision that the Democratic Socialists of America have for America is scary, is spooky. You don't want it. They don't know me. You know? First woman in your family to get a bachelor's degree. I know that's right. Exactly. You said, so is our police system and fire system in this country, socialism isn't necessarily a bad or negative thing. I agree with the rent thing, seeing as I hear that rent in NYC is outrageous. We pay $800 for a 1-bedroom apartment, and people tell me it's over $2,000 in NYC. He's a democratic socialist. He is. Look at the USSR. That's how a city-run grocery store will work where you are if you're lucky and can find anything. No, I don't need to look at the USSR. You know what's interesting? We don't have to worry about that. Yes, he's talking about having one city-run grocery store in each borough. Do you know how many grocery stores there are in New York City? And again, this is if you're not from here and if you don't live here, this is why it gets funny to me, because I'm like, I'm not originally from New York, but then I start getting a little bit like, because I'm like, yeah, if you're not from New York, you don't get it. New York City is not like other cities in America. New York City does not have like major chain grocery stores. Where I'm from, baby, it's Kroger and Publix. There's a couple others, but it's Kroger and Publix. Those are the big daddy grocery stores that you're probably choosing between, Kroger or Publix. That does not happen here. Not at all. You can buy your groceries from damn near anywhere. All over the place. Little mom and pop shops. I mean, I could give you a few chains that are more or less kind of like franchises rather than a true chain, in the way of Publix, a Kroger, or Vons, depending on where you're from. Food Lion, depending on where you're from. Piggly Wiggly, depending on where you're from. Harris Teeter. Any of those strike a bell? That's not what's happening in New York City. So yeah, Food City, Walmart, exactly, Walmart. So one city-run grocery store in each borough? Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Even if you don't actually make it as far as you think you want to get, if you don't try, you'll never know. Our cops are running ads right now that make it look like you're trying to sign up for the army. The bodega is the grocery store for many New Yorkers. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I can go anywhere and get my groceries. He said V for NYC's next mayor. Could you imagine? Could you imagine me? That would be absolutely hilarious. The way I am not only uninterested, but totally unequipped. They would pull up these streams. Vanessa Street, running for New York City mayor, believes lesbian vampires should murder the husbands of New Yorkers. And then it cuts to, cutting to spooky season last year, where I'm like, bury him in the backyard and stop crying. Never heard of Publix? Ugh. I'm sorry for you, July. Publix is peak. Oh, Safeway. Close to Safeway is a mile away. We don't have any major chain grocery stores in downtown San Jose either. Not only that, there are places in America that have city-run grocery stores. Oh, really? But we do have some good locally owned grocery stores. Let me turn this down a little bit. This isn't a new concept to America. He said, and I vote for you. Wait, what percentage of the percentage? I would get the same amount of votes that Eric Adams got in this election. Oh my gosh. What's even funnier is it's not a stunning upset. He won the primary. Cuomo lost the primary. That was the stunning upset. I was like, oh damn, he's about to be the Democratic nominee? Oh, we might have a chance. I don't know how those old folks are gonna feel, but we have a chance. You have and Dollar General, that's another one too. Yep, Dollar General. Another one where people get groceries. So, yeah. Obviously, you know, between now and the next 58 days, I'm a party. I did get myself, you know what I did get today? Sir Davis. For the first time ever, I had my own bottle of Sir Davis. Because I was like, you know what? Yeah. He said Cuomo lost twice. Just for emphasis. And that's why Mamdani said, let tonight be the last night I say that mofo's name. Because the way they wouldn't even say Mamdani's name right. You can say Netanyahu, but you can't say Mamdani? Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, loser, double loser, as if, whatever, get the picture, duh. Someone send that to Cuomo. He said Cuomo's a dirty old man and needs to sit down somewhere and turn the TV up. Big night for multi-losers. You said I would vote for you, but I'd be prepared for the chaos. Same with Kamala. The name's not hard to say. No, it's not. People can never pronounce my last name, and it's the name of historically black college. Yeah, I'm like, you know, I make a big deal out of trying to pronounce people's names correctly. As a member of the black community, I think it's important to make sure you pronounce names correctly. And also just as a sign of just treating people with dignity. And like that, what I just said to Kalara, it's like, I remember someone said that about, I wish I could remember the name, because it wasn't Netanyahu. I mean, I first heard a line like that years ago, but I wish I could remember whose name it was. That it really, that really like sat with me. I was like, yeah, if I can pronounce that name, you can pronounce any name. It's just about the choice of who you deem is important to pronounce the name. Well, he's the mayor-elect of New York City. So you should probably learn to pronounce his name if you plan on working with him, you know? Oh, you go by your initial? That's probably, I mean, if you're a teacher, I'm sure that's simpler for whomever you're teaching. You know, I'm just obnoxious enough that I'd be like, this is how you pronounce it. And we would spend maybe Tchaikovsky. Maybe. That's what I mean. Even that, the fact that I could look at that and not be intimidated and try. Indoctrination is a sign of his respect. Exactly. Jack Ciattarelli has been trying to be the governor of New Jersey for 10 years and has lost 3 times. Get wrecked, loser. Loser! That's what I said. Loser! The Russian music guy. Yeah. I think, yeah, you guys are right. I think it was that. Your nephew's class last year, whose teacher introduced me as his Aunt Misty, and most of his class calls me Aunt Misty because of that. That's actually really cute. Hey, Miss Aunt Misty, you have a very African last name, so I've never had it pronounced correctly. We would sit together. You're going to at least try to do it correctly. And it's not going to be cute if you mess it up either. I know sometimes I've had people introduce themselves. Now I know this is obnoxious. I've had people introduce themselves to me and they have a name that I'm not used to. And so they'll say like, I'm first name you're not used to. And I'll be like, oh. And they're like, but you can just call me, you know, first name N or whatever. And I'm like, no. Can you just help me walk through how to say it? And then, you know, they do. And then I say it and they're like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, okay. Let me at least try. I mean, damn. You know? Yeah, he said Darwin from Gumball. Mrs. Mom? He said, folks messed up my first name and it's so easy. They can barely handle my first name. Yeah. Well, thank you all for being with me. I'm sorry we didn't play any Sims. The only reason why we didn't play any bleep Sims is because they played the hell out of my feelings today. I know I played it off because we had a good day with Zohran Mamdani, but I did not like that. I did not like having to find out that the event was gone and I didn't get the stuff. That was not cool. I will be complaining to my manager. Okay? Like, hello? What the hell is this? Especially because the stupid landing page didn't have the end date or time. That is also what made it annoying. The EA has the Sims website has a whole landing page dedicated to the Forever Friends event. Let me see. Okay, it's just not gonna, I was gonna try to show y'all. They have a whole page. There's no end date on this. The roadmap has like week 1, 2, 3, and 4. But there's no dates on this. None. Even in the FAQs, there's no dates. This is the most useless landing page. I can't even go to the website and be like, hey, when's this end? They're like, end. It's week 4. What do you mean? I'm like, what do you mean? What do I mean? Anyway, that was annoying. That being said, thank you all for hanging out with me today. Yeah, Lil Simsy mentioned it ended today. Yes, I know, but it's still it will, as of now, it's tomorrow. But like 16 minutes ago, it was still today. So it's not like they said it ended November 4th at 12 p.m. Pacific time. They said it ended November 4th. So I was like, cool, I have through November 4th to play. And it is now, oh, thank you. What was that, a follow? A subscribe, thank you. Thank you for the follow if you're here. Yeah. Did we get the update today? We did. I haven't updated. Also, it came. Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about anything. I was so stressed about this damn election. Let me see. Can I why is this pissing me off? Oh, it's this one. Okay, cool. Hold on. I was like, what window is that? Yeah, did you guys see this? So very cute. They basically partnered with the Pan-African Gaming Group, a group of simmers with direct connections to West African countries and lived experiences across the Black diaspora in the UK and North America. So we got some new stuff, super cute. Glad that this isn't associated with an event and we can just get it. They give some descriptions of the items that we're getting. And then also the fact we're getting a new meal. And then we also got another like free dress or whatever. And then these are all the fixes that are coming. Oh, and then they announced the kits. We are getting 2 more kits. So they'll probably be, when are these coming out? Mark your calendars, launching November 13th. So there probably will be a giveaway for these. And then, yeah, they have the bug fixes that they brought up in the laundry list. So, yeah, I mean, we already saw these for the most part in the laundry list, but this is out and about. And whoever one of y'all said that there hasn't been any major reports of any issues. You like my vibes? Thank you. Gotta support a fellow Black Sapphic. Kiss my please. Sorry. Thank you for following. EA is trying my patience. We asked for a world, not new items. I'm happy, but it could have been more. Listen, we did have some conversations around that today in the Discord. There are theories floating around. I think pretty compelling theories. That being said, they gave us free stuff. I'm happy. It's not musical instruments. Unfortunately, the prophecy was a damn lie. Who knew? Who knew you could get your hopes up and be disappointed by The Sims? I didn't know that. That's not an experience I've ever had before. This was the prophecy I'd been holding on to, and alas, ain't no instruments. They said, I'm sorry, what? This calendar that hinted at other things that we didn't have before, that doesn't mean anything to me now. So, yeah. Do I feel foolish? Never foolish. Am I sad? No. Am I annoyed? A little bit. But I can only be so annoyed because of the cool stuff that they're giving us. This is cute. On any other day, I would have been lit for this. It's just something about the way they said, mark your calendars. And they made a huge deal about this, only for it to just kind of be like, a few items. They've dropped items on us before and not told us to mark our calendars. The mark in the calendars has to have just been about the bug fixes. They had to have just been like, hey, listen, we're gonna do the biggest bug fix push ever. Mark your calendars, because we know how y'all get whenever you don't know that there's an update. So mark your calendars, there's an update coming. And yeah, I mean, in hindsight, does that make complete sense? And did they not even at all indicate that it would be musical related? Sure, right? Sure. Hindsight's 2020. And this is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I need somebody. Does anybody have Adventure Awaits and the update right now who can confirm whether or not you can add sexual orientation, romantic orientation as a getaway thing, a getaway criteria? Because that's what I'm gonna have to test when I finally do my update in a couple days. Don't lose hope, V. I think it will come. It was a solid hunch. He said, I fear the prophecy is dead. It's still only November. It could still happen before the end of the month. Yeah. RIP to the prophecy. They might just be dragging it out to see how long they can keep our attention, because I want bands. I want a band. I want a band. Yeah. I want a band. Bands. Mm-mm. The Garden Blight event of maintenance troubles lot challenge will now progress as intended. Okay. Yeah. All right. This is, I mean, getting all these fixes, if they work, is going to be good, but I fear that I wasn't anticipating this. I will say that. They got me with this one, and the food do look kind of good. And the fact that the little ones get a little outfit too. You know how I feel about that. I would wear this jumpsuit in real life as well. Y'all know how I feel about that as well. So yeah, anyway, thank you all for joining me tonight. Thank you all for, yeah, next kit, the Afro Pick kit. No, Afro Pick needs to be a free base game update. I'm gonna start talk about petitions. I'm gonna make a petition about that. Y'all gonna give us all this African stuff, but there's no clutter decor to show off my Afro textured hair, you know? Anyway, you want a band so bad. Well, Ashley, I'm sorry if I contributed to your disappointment with my enthusiasm. I will never be sorry for being enthusiastic, but I will be sorry for taking y'all along for the ride. You want to make band camp this one time at band camp? Okay. Sorry, I keep like signing off, but then not signing off. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Ah! New York City's the mayor. I'm gonna be like Linda Belcher for the next 4 years. What's the mayor? I'm very excited. I wish Mamdani luck. I hope the smear campaign that'll come after him, even after winning, isn't too rough. I hope that whomever ends up being in positions of power doesn't try to block his efforts, and that he's able to deliver, or at least do his damnedest in trying to deliver on his promises. You know, because it's like one thing if you get in the office and you end up being like corrupt by power, right? Okay, sure, that's one thing. But like, you actually are earnestly trying to deliver on your promises, but then everyone is kind of like pushing back against you or whatever. That sucks, because that's still on you. Like, New Yorkers will be like, you said you were gonna give us fast and free buses. And he can't come back and be like, well, I tried, but then X, Y, and Z. You can't do that. You know? You said you were gonna give us free universal childcare. Well, Donald Trump didn't release the money. You can't do that. Nobody's gonna wanna hear it. So, I'm excited. I'm glad you made it too. But he said, don't blame V, blame the prophecy. I'm saying. So thank you all. I'm going to, before I go to sleep, scroll on TikTok a little bit so I can see all of the funny little memes that people are making about the fact that Mamdani won. And I will see y'all on Thursday. Thank y'all for joining me for the watch party and helping me soothe my anxieties. I'm so excited. Oh, it's just like one election that's actually gone right, dear Lord. Oh my God. Okay. Have a good night, y'all. Dag dag.